Okay, Israel.
Yeah.
We are really late. Salakia, later than normal. Hope everybody is doing well today. It's been a long week, but we're on a Shabbat now, and Shabbat Shalom to all Israel. The water for tuning in. Shout out to SOW Virginia Kazakia, SOW Houston Quatazat, SOW Rochester Zion. I hope your brothers and the brothers and sisters in those camps are doing well. More power to y'all. We're about to send these prayers up and get started on the finale of Nehemiah. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ahava. Nothing the war. Zayawam. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us light this day. Thank you. So be it.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ahava. Nothing the
Rayak.
The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
Amajim Maponya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ahava. Nothing the Shabbat. Shalom. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you. So be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyamya, Ahoya, Ma'aya, Yabuaha, Isaiah, Yabuaha, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemar, Wa'awatiza, Ra'a, Yonathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamaya, Ana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashan, Shasha Wamor, Yashua, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Cesaria, Awa, Yanyamya, Yed, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawa, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Makar, Rad, Yashemar, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashemar, Hamalakia, Wabuaya, Ma'aita, Amen.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shemaya Shalom, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shemaya Shalom, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shemaya Shalom, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemaya, Kodesh, Haya, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak Wafka, Raba'at, Ratazaka, Haya, Aisha, Ra'awatiza, Kawa, Haya, Bashemaya, Netanyahu, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalachano, Chawafino, Wasalachano, Chawafino, Wala'at, Vebiano, Bonasai. Abo, Awashano, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahatapara, Amen.
Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'ayahaya. Laka. Alahaya. Wakoya. Ayo. Hanya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a. La'ayna. Laka. Wasal. Wala'a. La'ibaya.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. Talakhucha. Shem. Yahweh. Bashawah.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakor. Ayawam. Shabbat. La Kodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad. Abaka. Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a. Taratazak.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a. Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a. Tagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a. Tha'ina. Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a. Tha'chamat. Ko. Ashura. La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Israel Yeshabiam.
Everybody seated?
How was the last one, Mike?
18 pounds.
18?
Yeah, from 10. Well, you said you can hold it. You got 18?
Cool. So we're going to get into topic today. Like I said, this is the last. Hopefully we can get through these last 3 chapters of Nehemiah. This is the last part of the chapter, and it's good, especially when we get to chapter 13, to kind of give a finale to this entire process that Nehemiah has been enduring with trying to bring Israel back to the Heavenly Father and restoring their walls and restoring not just the walls or surrounding borders, but trying to inspire in the leadership and the people the desire and the courage to stand up for what's right and to commit themselves to the service of the Heavenly Father. And it's been an up and down challenge, reestablishing the walls and rebuilding up Israel's consciousness towards Heavenly Father. And there's constantly foreign distractions, foreign influences. Something's always in the way of progress.
Okay.
And where we're at now, just going into chapter 11 and 12, is more the formalities of reestablishing Israel back into the city. Israel still praise dancing and praising and singing, and we're going to be reading about that, how everybody's still happy and ecstatic after this last high holy day in the Feast of Tabernacles. Everybody's still in that high. You're going to kind of still get, when you read 11 and 12, you're going to kind of get that feel of the high that comes from the gatherings. We sit back here, all of us, you have a good Passover with brothers and sisters in the camp. You have good gatherings with the tabernacles. Everybody has that uppy feeling, that feeling of connection, that we're doing something, the unity, and put your hand up like that, like Rocky. And and you're going to read about those feel goods from 11 and 12.
No, he just came off of the vows.
That's part of the feel good high story. I'm high on the spirit. We're never going to sit back here and touch wickedness again. We willingly and readily take on the curses if we go left against the Heavenly Father. And we're saying that. Then we're going to read 11 and 12, and it's going to sound more the same. Then we're going to read about what happens when Nehemiah leaves the city. Because from the beginning of Nehemiah, King Artaxerxes said, listen, how long are you going to be gone? Right? That was what King Artaxerxes said. And Nehemiah said, hey, for a period of time. He didn't give a period of time. But he knows in the back of his head, I can't be here forever. I can't be here in Jerusalem forever. It took 52 days to put the wall together. Then from that time until the Feast of Tabernacles, a few months, 5 months, he still has a job to be Artaxerxes' top cupbearer. He still got to do that. So all that in mind, let's start chapter 11 and just start reading, and we'll get ourselves to chapter 13.
And a lot of what we're reading, because when you look at a house, the house of the Most High, what they're building, your body is a house. Your body's a temple. And as we're reading along about how difficult it is to get the house built, just think about how difficult it is to get your spirit in shape or get your body in shape. It's the same matter of difficulty as far as commitment. It takes commitment and nobody quitting, because we're looking at like 100-year period, and this thing has finally got built, but now you still got issues of commitment.
Yep.
People being committed. So,
and when you say the 100-year period, you're talking about from the time we were allowed back into Jerusalem to present day.
Present day.
Mm-hmm. I just wanted to confirm that as you were going.
Yeah, it just takes a long time to build yourself up.
Yep.
As we're looking at what it takes to build a temple.
Yep. And to sit back. Then the one thing is the challenge is to build it. The bigger challenge is to keep it.
The maintenance of it.
That was what Solomon said when the temple was completed many years ago, before he fell off. He had a speech about the effort it took to make the temple, which was the gold standard of its time. The temple was the gold standard of the era, and it was indicative to Israel at the time being the gold standard of the world for 80 years.
Yeah,
that's it.
Didn't last long.
Really, it was 60. We weren't potent for 80 of those years. We were on the decline for 20. So, with all that being said, the challenge of maintaining it is going to be expressed as we go through these chapters. We're going to have to go back into Malachi again. I know Shams Shwandawi went over that like a month or two ago, but it's important to go back into Malachi because it's going to tie into this next phase we're going to go into in a few weeks about the decline of the Persian Empire and the re-emerging or the emerging of the Edomite Empire by the Greeks. But it's important to set the tone in Malachi to give us understanding as to why Christ was needed, why we kept declining even after Nehemiah did such a great job. But we'll go into it. I'm doing too much talking. Let the scriptures talk. Let's get Nehemiah chapter 11. My water, let's get started.
Come. Sabbath, Ban Yahweh, Ban Yashwala.
My water, Sabbath, Ban Yahweh, Ban Yashwala. I'm with you. What? Yahweh Hashem Yashabakata.
Yahweh Hashem Yashabakata.
All right.
You want me to stand up or?
Don't worry about it. It's crowded. Okay. Let's go for it. There's no space, man. That's why we got to get this building, man. Let's read that.
Come. Nehemiah chapter 11, verse 1 reads, "And the rulers of the people dwelt at Jerusalem, and the rest of the people also cast lots."
Okay, now listen. The rulers, the leadership, the elite of the nation, the princes, the movers and shakers of the nation, they lived in Jerusalem. That's what Jerusalem was. It was about the leadership. Okay? But it said everybody else that lived in surrounding cities, surrounding villages, that lived in their ancestral lands below Jerusalem, whether they were Benjamin or Judah, they were required to cast lots so that they can sit back here and also live in the city. So 1 out of every 10 family had to cast lots, 1-1. And the one that won after casting lots was allotted a spot in Jerusalem. Okay? So that's how they were working it. The elites already had their spot, but they wanted to sit back here and fill the city in with other brothers and sisters also. So they would sit back here and cast lots, and out of 10 families that casted their lots, one would get awarded a spot in the city to kind of bring some balance into the city. Okay? So read verse 1 again from the top.
Come. Nehemiah chapter 11 and verse 1 reads, "And the rulers of the people dwelt at Jerusalem. The rest of the people also cast lots, to bring one of 10 to dwell in Jerusalem, the holy city, and 9 parts to dwell in other cities."
The other people that contributed to this lot lot process, they just went back to their own spots. It's letting us know that Jerusalem was underpopulated and these surrounding villages were underpopulated. We had a fraction of the people we once had in Jerusalem were there, a very small fraction. We read it in Isaiah chapter 6, if I'm not mistaken, and only 1/10 of Jerusalem actually came back. 1/10 of Israel came back from that dispersion. Let's go there. Just as a reminder. Just as a reminder, and it's Isaiah chapter 6, if I'm not mistaken. I want to keep not forgetting that. Yes, it's Isaiah 6 and 11.
Come. Isaiah chapter 6 verse 11 reads, "Then said I, Lord, how long?" And he answered.
So the question was, how long did the Most High want the hearts of the people not to listen to the instruction of the prophets? He said Israel was so hard-headed, he was going to make it to where they weren't going to listen, and he's going to make their ear heavy from listening. So the angel was like, how long are their ears going to be heavy from listening? Read on.
Come, until the cities be wasted without inhabitants.
So he says, I want Israel to be stubborn in the head until they get wiped out by the Babylonian Empire. Read on.
Come, and the houses without man, and the land be utterly desolate.
So he says, I'm going to sit back here because Israel will show me that they don't want to listen anyway. I'm going to make their ears so stubborn so that they're destined to fall. The entire city and the entire countryside gets wiped out desolate. And then I'll start opening their minds to get retaught. Read on.
Verse 12. "And the Lord hath removed men from far away, and there be a great forsaking in the midst of the land. But yet in it shall be a tenth, and it shall return."
But he says, after all of it's said and done, 1/10 out of 10 out of 10 is going to come back and re-inhabit the cities and the area and the countrysides. So he's like, so now we're in Nehemiah, and they're really trying to figure out how to inhabit a city that 9/10 of the population was already dispersed. That's why these numbers are so low, because 1/10 was going to return back and inhabit the city. Read on.
Come, and shall be eaten as a teil tree, and as an oak, whose substance is in them. When they cast their leaves, so the holy seed shall be the substance thereof.
So he's saying he's going to preserve this 1/10 to be worked on, to be developed, and to be nurtured. Let that go and go back to Nehemiah chapter 11.
Con, Nehemiah chapter 11 and verse 2 reads.
Give me verse 1 again.
Con, covered from the top. "And the rulers of the people dwelt at Jerusalem. The rest of the people also cast lots, to bring one of 10 to dwell in Jerusalem."
Now we know casting lots is a game of chance, right? But spiritually and scripturally, hold this and go to Proverbs 16 and 33. Proverbs 16 and 33.
Proverbs chapter 16, verse 33 reads. Ready?
Yep.
"The lot is cast into the lap, but the whole disposing thereof is of the Lord."
So listen, the reality is casting a lot was a game of chance, but in the Most High's mind, in these people's mind, this casting in the lots, whatever the results were, was ordained by the Heavenly Father. Am I saying that dice games is decided by the Heavenly Father? That is not what the word is saying. I am not saying rolling dice is spiritual, because it is not. But when they were sitting back here and casting lots to determine who should sit back and enter into the city, they looked at it as spiritual and they took it as spiritual. Okay? Let that go in Proverbs, and let's continue back in Nehemiah 11.
Come, Nehemiah chapter 11 and verse 1 reads, And the rulers of the people dwelt at Jerusalem. The rest of the people also cast lots to bring 1 of 10 to dwell in Jerusalem, the holy city, and 9 parts to dwell in other cities. And the people blessed all the men that willingly offered themselves to dwell at Jerusalem.
So when it says the people bless all the men that willingly offered themselves to dwell in Jerusalem, if you look between the lines, they're saying they probably got some support in their travels to get back to the city. The people that willingly wanted to inhabit the city, they must have been supported or incentivized to make that trip after they showed they were willing to do it.
So they were casting lots not because they wanted to live in Jerusalem, because they didn't want to live in Jerusalem?
Well, I think they cast in lots because they had to get people there. But this is the people who were willing. They must have been incentivized in some way. Okay? But everybody had to cast their lots. It was that less of people. And, you know, Israel got to get pushed. Israel got to get pushed through every damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
So they were getting pushed to sit back here and make that trip to Jerusalem. And on the backside, if you think about it, wouldn't you be apprehensive with all the crap that goes on in the city? Versus being in the country, you ain't got to do all that crap.
Also, you've had if you can get Jeremiah chapter 25. Jeremiah chapter 25 verse start at verse 10.
Come. Jeremiah chapter 25, verse 10 reads, Moreover, I will take from them the voice of mirth.
So when the Most High said he was going to take away the voice of mirth, what is mirth?
Joyful and laughter.
Joyfulness, happiness, celebration, gladness. Read on.
And the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom, and the voice of the bride.
So that means ain't no marriages going on. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no joy coming in. And people not even happy to meet each other. So the times are real bad. But the Most High said these times are going to be rough. Read on.
The sound of the millstones and the light of the candle.
The millstone represent what? Work. Ain't no work in Jerusalem. Ain't no marriages going on in Jerusalem. Ain't no work in Jerusalem. Who want to come back to a place where the times ain't good? Ain't no joy. Ain't no marriages. Ain't no work over there. Jerusalem was like Detroit in the 80s. Like when it got bad. Like one of them vanishing cities, disappearing cities.
Yeah.
Like Cleveland, Ohio. And them places, them cities that people ran from. Because there wasn't no work. It just wasn't no good times. The abandoned cities. Yeah.
Yeah, also like this, the unions, a lot of the unions and the factories, they started moving overseas.
That's what I'm saying. It was no work. It was nothing but crime infested. Read on.
Come, verse 11. And this whole land shall be a desolation.
So nobody wants to come back to a desolation. So if anything, it's fear. Now, who wants to move back to that place? You know what I'm saying? Who wants to move back to a place that's destroyed, uninhabited, and no work? Ain't no women over there. It's just ain't no marriages happening. Read on. Read on.
And astonishment.
It said, and astonishment. Read.
And these nations shall serve the king of Babylon 70 years.
Go ahead.
And it shall come to pass, when 70 years are accomplished, that I will punish the king of Babylon and that nation, saith the Lord, for their iniquity in the land of the Chaldeans, and will make it perpetual desolation.
So now when you coming out of captivity and you coming back to Jerusalem having a reputation of being 70 years impoverished, 70 years destroyed, 70 years desolation with no work, it would be some real apprehensiveness for people to want to come back to that. You know what I'm saying? That you'd have to really do some convincing to get people to move back into Jerusalem after 70 years of destruction.
Yep. Listen, it takes convincing to get Israel to give the priesthood a shot again. Listen, the priesthood was so up and down. Why do you think Israel, for so many times, was operating with these high place cults, with these high place groups? Listen, when I sit back here and I've seen Israel over the years, all it takes is one slight offense with Israel, and they never come back to the camps again. And everybody after they've been offended, hurt in some way, all of a sudden they have their high holy days at home.
Then they make the video. This is where I left the truth.
Yeah. This is all where I left the truth. And then it's all this. I'm cooking my own Passover dinner at the house with my family. I'm so spiritual. I'm so in the spirit. Look at me cooking this lamb. This is some delicious lamb, and I'm doing it on my own because you don't got to be in a camp to be in the spirit. That's been going on since the beginning of time. But they were just saying it back in the day. I don't got to go to the temple to be holy, to be spiritual. I don't got to bring my sacrifices to these men to be in the spirit. So what am I saying? Whether it's the economy sucked, the leadership sucked, the princes were poor leaders, the inconsistencies with the Levite priest, there were 1,000 reasons not to fight to give unity a chance. And these are all the reasons why people are apprehensive to come back into the city and give it a shot for the 30th time. This is the challenge that everybody faces when you see flaws from the top. This is why the Most High is so angry when he's coming down to punish Israel. And he's coming down to punish the wicked. Even when he comes to punish Esau, his greatest issue is with the elites of all the nations. Because who has the greater effect on the rest of the people? Is it the regular person who is a sheep? If Israel is sheep, what are the rest of the nations on? What are they referred to also? They're a bunch of sheep too, though. They're a bunch of sheep. They're easily manipulated. So the Most High puts the pressure on leadership to sit back here and uphold a standard for the rest of the people to believe in and to support. And when the leadership goes left, all of a sudden the trust of the rest of the people are broken and you lose them, and now they're more easily motivated to go left and to pursue their own desires and dreams. So once again, everybody is trying to reestablish doing things the right way, but it's such a battle because getting Israel to come together takes work. Getting Israel to trust again takes massive work. And then you got the leaders. Can the leaders keep up and maintain the pace and the standard to keep the people that we just won trusting in the process? That's always a problem. It's always a challenge. Did you have more on that Jeremiah chapter 1?
No, that was it.
Okay. So all these things are happening in the midst of what's happening in Nehemiah. But Nehemiah's actions and his leadership and his dedication gave people what? Hope. He was that governor. Now people are willing to give it a shot again because of the good work he did. And with his work, everybody's looking at him and they're locking in. And everybody's spiritual. The priests are priesting. The princes are being honorable. They're forgiving debts. They're doing the right thing. So everything's good now. Read verse 3.
Nehemiah chapter 11 and verse 3 reads, Now, these are the chief of the province that dwelt in Jerusalem. But in the cities of Judah dwelt everyone in his possession in their cities, to wit, Israel, the priests, and the Levites, and the Nethinims,
Yes, sir.
and the children of Solomon's servants.
Mm-hmm.
And at Jerusalem dwelt certain of the children of Judah and of the children of Benjamin.
So it was the elites of Judah and Benjamin lived at Jerusalem. Read on.
Of the children of Judah, Athaniah, the son of Uzziah.
You were right. It was Athaiah. Sorry.
Athaiah, the son of Uzziah, the son of Zechariah, the son of Amariah, the son of Shathiah, the son of Maaliah, of the children of Perez, and Maaseiah, the son of Baruch, the son of Kozah, the son of Haziah, the son of Adiah, the son of Jorabah, the son of Zechariah, the son of Shilom.
What we're reading is the registry of the people that are living in Jerusalem. Okay, that's all we're reading. And this registry is very similar to the registry of the people that came over from Babylon during Ezra's time. If you tie them together, you'll see that they're very similar. But keep going.
Verse 6. All the sons of Perez that dwelt at Jerusalem were 468 valiant men. And these are the sons of Benjamin. Salu, the son of Meshullam, the son of Joed, the son of Pedadiah, the son of Koaliah, the son of Maaseiah, the son of Ithiel, the son of Jesiah, and after him Gabai, Salai, 928, and the Joel the son of Zikri was their overseer, and Judah the son of Sanua was second over the city.
Okay, so Joel, the son of Zikri, was the overseer. He was the one that was over the affairs of the city. Judah, the son of Sanua, was second over the city. Okay, let's continue.
Verse 10. Of the priests, Jedediah, the son of Joarib, Jachin, Sariah, the son of Hilkiah, the son of Meshullam, the son of Zadok, the son of Merah, the son of Atta, was the ruler of the house of the Most High. And their brethren that did the work of the house were 822. And Adiah, the son of Jeroham, the son of Pilaliah, the son of Amzi, the son of Zechariah, the son of Pashur, the son of Malchiah, and his brethren, chief of the fathers, 242. And Meshiah, the son of Azariel, the son of Ahaziah, the son of Meshillemah, the son of Emir, and their brethren, mighty men of valor, and 128. And their overseer was Zabdiel, the son of one of the great men. Also of the Levites, Shemaiah, the son of Hashbah, the son of Azrikam, the son of Hashbaiah, the son of Buni, and Shabbathiah, and Josabeth, of the chief of the Levites, had the oversight of the outward business of the house of the Most High.
Okay, so there's given the different responsibilities that were being allocated, and the people that operated that. Read on.
And Mattaniah, the son of Mitcha, the son of Zabdiah, the son of Asaph, was the principal to begin the thanksgiving in prayer.
Don't forget Asaph. The sons of Asaph always were the singers of the Levites. Okay, so read on.
And Babukiah, the second among his brethren, and Abda, the son of Shamua, the son of Galala, the son of Jeduthun. All the Levites in the holy city were 284.
So there was 284 Levites in Jerusalem. Read on.
Moreover, the porters at Cub, Talmon, and their brethren that kept the gates were 172.
So porters are Levites too. That is the security detail of the Levites. And they were 172 Levite security guards. Read on.
And the residue of Israel, of the priests and the Levites, were in all the cities of Judah, every one in his inheritance. But the Nethinims dwelt in Ophel, and Zelzihah, and Gispa were over the Nethinims. The overseer also.
The Nethinims were temple servants, and they were not Israelites. Continue. That's why they were outside of the city. Read on.
The overseer also of the Levites at Jerusalem was Uzziah, the son of Bani, the son of Hashbaiah, the son of Menaniah, the son of Micha, of the son of Asaph. The singers were over the business of the house of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
For it was the king's commandment concerning them that a certain portion should be for the singers due for every day.
I don't know why Artaxerxes wanted the singers to be singing every day, but Artaxerxes, the king of the Persian and Medes, wanted certain of the Levite singers to sing every day. So Artaxerxes had them singing. Not that we didn't have a king.
I just have a question.
Uh-huh.
Why are these? I'm confused about. Okay, these weren't the leaders. Were these the rulers of Israel? Or who? Why I know these people are important because they're named here. In general, why are they so important?
It's not about really importance. When you read in the book of Ezra, all of the people that made the trip, in order to have claim to your inheritance, you had to be able to trace your family line. So in order, that's why it says this guy is son of this guy and this guy and this guy. You have to trace your lineage in order to be even in a position to claim your land, claim property rights. There was even certain people in the book of Ezra who couldn't go back and claim all of their people. They weren't allowed to do Levite work because they couldn't claim their heritage beyond a certain couple years, generations back.
Records was lost.
If the records was lost, you were shit out of luck. If you couldn't trace your grandfather and your father's father and your great grandfather, if you couldn't go far that back, they couldn't verify that you should be allotted in the land that you say that's yours. So that was why it was important. Property rights, positioning, because listen, they had to be able to trace who you are all the way back to really the time of Joshua, when the lands were allotted in the first place, right? So the lands can go back to their rightful owners, and then once those property rights are established, then we can talk about who needs to be in the city. There were records about who lived in the city during the time of David, during the time of Jeremiah. I'm remembering certain names that I read in Jeremiah, whether it was Pashur, whether it was Shabbathiah. There's certain names, Uzziah. There's certain names that are remnant of when they were living back in Jerusalem times, back when before the temple fell. So I guess what the priests and everybody is trying to reestablish everything the way it used to be, familial wise. Okay, that makes sense. This is why I'm also like, listen, it might be unfortunate, but if you are of the seed of Asaph, you're gonna have to sing. You might want to do other. You might want to go into politics. You might want to farm. You're gonna sing, because goddamn it, your grandpa sang, and because your grandpa sang, you gonna sing.
You got soul.
It's in you, son. It's in you, boy. You want to just fight it, Daddy? I don't want to sing. You gonna sing. You gonna sing. You better get on out. You got an hour. You better get some lemon in your throat. You better gargle.
Some honey.
You better get some honey in your throat. Coat that throat. You better go out there and sing. Because you from the son of Asaph.
Exactly.
That's what y'all do. Right? This is how it was. It was a caste system. You were stuck. You weren't going nowhere, but this is what you was.
The Jackson family, they have 21
Jackson
Street.
family.
Listen, they got the nephews out. The nephews
The nephews having to sing
the
too.
nephews had to sing out. They had like a little group, they had a little boy band out. They weren't too bad either. They weren't too bad. They didn't have the glory of the original Jackson 5, but they had their nephews formed a small Jackson.
They didn't have Joe Jackson hit the butt.
You gotta have Suge in there. Suge Jackson.
Put that pressure out.
Yeah.
You want to dance? You better do something. You better do a jig.
Yeah. They had the look though. They had the whole that little Jackson look. They had up.
The Barge family had the same thing. Huh?
That's true.
Anyway, they had that light skin strip. Huh?
Mm-hmm. There's a power behind that singing. It's a power in that singing.
It's a different energy behind it.
It's like it stands out. Like I want you to know I'm light skinned. I said no. He's letting us know.
We're just joking, y'all. We're just keeping it light, man. I hope y'all understand it. We're just keeping it light.
I believe that theory.
Well, listen. I didn't go there. That's him bringing that like it's doctrine. This is not gospel. This is light. We're keeping it fun. Dalian thinks it's gospel. We're just keeping it fun now.
You can hear dark skin singing that.
Come on, man.
Oh, come on.
This sounds different.
That's him, man. Listen, Black singing is all good. You're making this way deeper.
We're clowning, man. Let's go.
What are we trying to say? The family of Asaph had to just sing. That was their job. Everybody had jobs. If you was a security, you're gonna be security forever.
Yeah.
All the generations were security. That's just what it was. That's how the Most High ordained it.
It's like the Chechen warlord that Putin. They call him the attack dog, but his father, he's about 43 years old, and he mounts machine guns on Teslas.
Oh yeah, that dude.
What?
Yeah.
They call him the attack dog. But his father was assassinated, and he was a Chechen warlord. Mm-hmm. So Putin was like, "You ain't got no choice because your father was the warlord. You finna be the warlord. So you ain't got no choice, man. Even today, it's like that. You have a job associated because of what your parents did. They were good at it, so it's supposed that you're gonna be good at it."
Just now, I don't know if you know this, but that Tesla he put his guns on there. Tesla shut it down.
Yeah, no.
What?
Yes.
Elon Musk.
Yeah, not Elon, not Tesla, but Elon Musk. Listen, he can shut your car down in wartime if he wants to. All of a sudden, because he's riding around in the forest with these 50 cals, blah 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 blah. He's like, "Thank you, Mr. Elon Musk, for the military vehicle." I think he made it like he took the vehicle, not the Tesla, but yeah, the Tesla, the truck, and he made it like
Oh, it's a Cybertruck.
But he took the Cybertruck and made it bulletproof.
Oh, that's fine.
And then he put 50 cal joints on there, so it's even stronger. It's like badass. But all of a sudden, it won't cut on now because he sat back here and deprogrammed it from the satellites.
Yep.
I knew it.
He's like, "What happened to my friend Eli? I thought we were friends, Eli." He said, "I thought we were friends. How come you cut off truck?"
I paid good money for this.
No, it was a gift.
No, it was free.
It was a gift. Eli gave it, but he's putting on the little Russian media. He's rolling with tanks and blah 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 blah. He's like, "I can't have that. I can't have my shit out here promoting
That's bad
going
promotion,
against
bro.
Ukraine." So we cut it off. I thought we were friends,
Yeah.
Mr. Elon. Anyway, so let's continue in Nehemiah.
Nehemiah chapter 11 verse 24 reads,
Thank you, sir.
"And Pethathiah, the son of Mesrabiel, of the children of Zariah the son of Judah, was at the king's hand in all matters concerning the people."
Just know from 11 and 12 is a lot of this. So just we get through 11 and 12, everything will be okay. Let's continue.
"And for the villages with their fields."
Now read that part of verse 24 again.
Covered. Verse 24. "And Pethathiah, the son of Meshazabil, of the children of Zariah, the son of Judah, was at the king's hand in all matters concerning the people."
So this guy, his job was to sit back here and keep Artaxerxes updated about what's happening in one of Artaxerxes' jurisdictions. Artaxerxes had a guy in each city who was in charge of making sure, obviously, insurrections weren't happening, taxes were collected, any problems were being squashed and nullified. That was how they were able to keep control over so many provinces and districts. I think they had like 128 provinces that they were over at one time. So you had to have 128 people giving you reports about every territory to stay on top of your situation. So that guy was the one over Judah. Read on.
Covered. Verse 25. "And for the villages with their fields, some of the children of Judah dwelt at Kirjath Arba, and in the villages thereof, and at Debon, and in the villages thereof, and at Kebab Zil, and in the villages thereof, and at Jeshua, and at Modadah, and at Beth Phalet,
Mm-hmm.
and at Hazar Shul, and at Beersheba, and in the villages thereof, and at Ziklag, and at Mekonah, and in the villages thereof, and at Imoran, and at Zeriah, and at Jarmuth, Zanoah, Abdullam, and in their villages, at Lachish, in the fields thereof, at Azakiah, and in the villages thereof, and they dwelt from Beersheba unto the valley of Hinnom.
So then it is explaining all the different cities that we were inhabiting in Judah and around Benjamin. Read on.
Verse 31. And the children also of Benjamin from Geba dwelt at Michmash and Ajiah and Bethel and in their villages. 32. And at Ananath, Nob, Ananiah, Hazar, Ramah, Gittam, Hadid, Zebon, Nabalat, Lod, Onam, the valley of craftsmen, and of the Levites were divisions in Judah and in Benjamin.
Next reader. Kariah.
Kariah, Shashabata, Banashah, Banyashala.
Kariah. Shashabata. Banashar. Bayashar. I'm at you. What? Yahweh Hashem Yahshabakata.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshabakatam.
Okay, Nehemiah chapter 12, verse 1. We are reading to the end. I think it's 30. No, 47.
Nehemiah chapter 12 and verse 1. Now these are the priests and the Levites. They went up with Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Jeshua, Seraiah, Jeremiah, Ezra, Amariah, Maluk, Hattush, Shechaniah, Rehum, Meremoth, Iddo, Ginnetho, Abijah, Meamin, Maadiah, Bilgah, Shemaiah, and Joarib, Jedaiah, Salu, Amak, Hilkiah, Jedaiah. These were the chief of the priests of their brethren and of their brethren in the days of Jeshua. Moreover, the Levites, Jeshua, Binnui, Kadmiel, Sherebiah, Judah, and Mattaniah, which was over the thanksgiving, he and his brethren. Also, Bakbukiah and Uni, their brethren, were over against them in the watches. And Joshua begat Joachim. And Joachim also...
First of all, just so we know, verse 10 is something that's known. Jeshua was the high priest. The first high priest that we had once we came back to Jerusalem. It was Ezra the scribe and Jeshua the high priest that was there as we were rebuilding the foundation of the temple many years back. Okay? So, from verse 10 and verse 11 are giving us the high priest lineage from the time we've come back, leading down the way for a few generations. So it was Jeshua. Read on.
Verse 10. And Joshua begat Joachim. And Joachim also begat Eliashib.
Eliashib is the present day high priest in the time of Nehemiah. So Eliashib is the present day high priest. Read on.
And Eliashib begat Joiada.
Joiada is the next in line that is still of age. And we're going to read about him and Eliashib, or Eliashib and Joiada. We want to read about them in chapter 13. Eliashib is the high priest. Jediah is the next in waiting. Read on.
Verse 11. And Joiada begat Jonathan.
Now, Jonathan, we're going to read about Jonathan once we get through Nehemiah. Because the next topic of significance deals with Jonathan and his leadership as priest. Okay? We'll read about that later. But these two verses, keep these in mind as we continue to read into Josephus and so forth. So, Eliashib is the high priest now, and Joiada is the next man up. Read on.
Verse 11. And Joiada begat Jonathan, and Jonathan begat Jaddua. And in the days of Joachim were priests, the chief of their fathers, of Seraiah, Meraiah, of Jeremiah, and Hananiah, of Ezra, Meshullam, of Amariah, Jehonan, of Meluku, Jonathan, and Shebaniah, Joseph, of Harim, Adnah, of Meraoth, Hilkiah, of Iddo, Zechariah of Ginnathan, Meshullam of Abijah, Zikri of Menanim, of Moadiah, Piltai of Bilgah, Shemuah and Shemaiah, Jonathan, and of Jehoram, Mattaniah, of Jediah, Uzi, of Salai, Kalai, of Amok, Eber, of Hilkiah, Hashabiah, of Jediah, Nethanel, the Levites, in the days of Eliashib, Joadah.
So once again, this is still giving you a registry of the leadership. From verse 12 to 21, he's telling you the leadership that was working under the high priest Joachim. Now verse 22 down is giving you the breakdown of the priest that was working up under Eliashib. Okay, so read on.
Verse 22, the Levites in the days of Eliashib, Joadah, and Johanan.
Now listen, now Johanan is different than what we read in verse 11, which was Jonathan.
Okay.
You're going to hear a different name for Johanan or Jonathan when we even get to the Josephus. Just be prepared to hear a different name as that high priest after Joiada. Okay, but sometimes these names are choppy and there's different pronunciations for them. But don't get caught up. This guy, Johanan and Jonathan, is going to be talked about next week when we go into that Apocalypse. I mean, we go to that Josephus. But let's continue.
Verse 22, the Levites in the days of Eliashib, Joadah, and Johanan, and Jaddua were recorded chief of the fathers, also the priests to the reign of Darius the Persian, the sons of Levi.
So what they're saying is, these Levites were the recorded priests. Eliashib, which is present day, Joiada, which is right afterwards, Johanan, and Jaddua, they were the last recorded priests leading up to Darius, the last Darius that fell by the hand of who? Alexander. So this is what you want to be conscious of too. Jaddua was the last high priest before, really it was a high priest that was there when Alexander came down and met these high priests and met the Jews. This is the guy. Okay? But just little things to be conscious of.
You said which guy was it?
Jaddua.
Jaddua.
Because they said he was the one that was the last high priest when at the reign of Darius, and Darius' reign ended quick. And Alexander came in and wiped him out. They went to Jaddua before Darius was actually wiped out. Because Alexander ended up fighting the Persians after he came down and met the Jews, then went to Egypt, and then came up to fight the Persians in their territory.
Was he one of the ones that told Alexander that he was in the prophecy?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he was the one, and when they had the white and the purple.
Yeah.
And then Alexander said, "Man, when I was in damn Greece, I saw this picture in my dream."
Yep.
That was under High Priest Jaddua.
Okay.
Okay. So let's get verse 23.
Nehemiah chapter 12 and verse 23. The sons of Levi, the chief of the fathers, were written in the book of the Chronicles, even unto the days of Johanan, the son of Eliashib,
Okay.
and the chief of the Levites, Hashabiah, Sherebiah, and Jeshua, the son of Kadmiel, with their brethren over against them.
Well, just know this much: when you're reading these things, it seems like you're reading the same repetition. You have the high priest, and the family of the high priest was the upper echelon. Then you had the chief and the highest of the regular Levites. Okay, so that's why in verse 22 you got the chief of the fathers of the high priest. 24 is the chief of the regular Levites had the other responsibilities on the temple grounds. Then you still had your porters. You had all the other responsibilities in different groups. Get your singers, the sons of Asa. There was different divisions of Levite operations on the grounds of the temple. Let's continue.
Verse 24. And the chief of the Levites, Hashabiah, Sherebiah, and Jeshua, the son of Kadmiel, with their brethren over against them, to praise and to give thanks, according to the commandment of David, the man of the Most High, ward over against ward. Mattaniah and Bakbukah, Obadiah, Meshullam, Talmon, Akub were porters keeping the ward at the thresholds of the gates.
So these obviously these 4 or 5 guys, they were the top of the porters keeping ward. That means they weren't just sitting back here and like watching the gate. They were responsibility of the shifts of all these different gates. Okay, read on.
Verse 26. These were in the days of Jehoiakim, the son of Jeshua, the son of Jozadak, and in the days of Nehemiah the governor, and of Ezra the priest, the scribe. And at the dedication of the wall of Jerusalem, they sought the Levites out of all their places to bring them to Jerusalem, to keep the dedication with gladness, both with thanksgiving and with singing with cymbals, psalteries, and with harps.
So what they're saying is they're explaining that it's going back to when the temple was dedicated, how they brought all these Levites from different places to get the singing and the praising and the dancing and the cymbals and the musical instruments to get the praising of the situation. Okay, this is going into the singers and all the praising and the musician playing in respect of the Heavenly Father. Read on.
Verse 28, and the sons of the singers gathered themselves together, both out of the plain country round about Jerusalem, and from the villages of Netophathi, also from the house of Gilgal, and out of the fields of Geba and Asmaveth. For the singers had built in them villages round about Jerusalem.
Yeah, they had a singing village.
Hey.
It was a house of blues. It was a house of blues. Exactly. It was a whole city for singing and instrument playing. That was outside of Jerusalem, but they invited them all to come back in when the wall was built, so they can play music and praise to the Heavenly Father. Okay, read on.
A lot of hits made.
A lot of hits. A lot of hits. A lot of writing. A lot of songwriting.
A lot of songwriting.
Exactly. Let's continue.
Verse 30. And the priests and the Levites purified themselves and purified the people and the gates and the wall. Then I brought up the princes of Judah upon the wall and appointed 2 great companies of them that gave thanks, whereof one went on the right hand upon the wall toward the dung gate, and after them went Hoshaiah and half of the princes of Judah, and Azariah, Ezra, and Meshullam, Judah, and Benjamin, and Shemaiah, and Jeremiah, and certain of the priest's sons with trumpets, namely, Zechariah the son of Jonathan, the son of Shemaiah, the son of Mattaniah, the son of Micaiah.
So now you had priests, you had Levite singers, you had Levite musicians. Okay, read on.
The son of Zakur, the son of Asaph, and his brethren, Shemaiah, Azareel, Melaliah, Galilai, Ma'ai, Nathaniel, and Judah, Hanani, with the musical instruments of David, the man of the Most High, and Ezra the scribe before them.
Listen, even when David was the head man, he gave them the particular instruments to use to play for the temple. Okay, well, let's continue.
Verse 37. And at the fountain gate, which was over against them, they went up by the stairs of the city of David, at the going up of the wall above the house of David, even into the water gate eastward. And the other company of them that gave thanks went over against them, and I after them, and the half of the people upon the wall, from beyond the tower of the furnaces, even into the broad wall, and from above the gate of Ephraim, and above the old gate, and above the fish gate.
Okay, I'm just trying to get these gates right. Okay, Fountain Gate is at the south of the city. So we read about the Fountain Gate where they were singing. Then we went down. What verse you at now, sir?
We in verse 39, sir.
Let's So okay. So then they said they were sent other singers to the Ephraim Gate, which is to the far left near the temple. It's to the left side of the actual temple. Then we go to the Tower of Hananiel. There you go. It's the north. It's right next to the sheep gate. They were singing near that spot. Then the Tower of Mia, which is right next to the Tower of Hamaleel, which is up north near that sheep gate. Then and then the old gate is next to the Ephraimite gate. Just trying to get a visual when we're reading about where these gates were, where they were singing. So pretty much they were positioned from the south and heavily to the west. Okay, to sit back here and sing their praise to the Heavenly Father. Okay, let's keep going.
Nehemiah 12, verse 39. And from above the gate of Ephraim, and above the old gate, above the fish gate, and the tower of Hananiel, and the tower of Mea, even unto the sheep gate, and they stood still in the prison gate.
So it's the whole area. Ephraim gate, old gate, fish gate, tower of Hananiel, tower of Mea, the sheep gate, and the prison gate. The whole like northwest wing, they was full of singers.
That's that voice of mirth coming back.
Yeah.
That voice of joy coming back. Could you imagine going to Jerusalem and you hear singing from every gate? Yeah. You hear singing from every little village, from every gate. Well, that must be a beautiful sound. A great place to be.
They were like from the south. They were singing because that's where a lot of the people. Oh man, that's where a lot of the people were living. The regular folks lived near the fountain gate, so they got a chance to hear the singing of the Most High. And then it said they in verse 37. It said they were above the house of David. David's palace is right here. So that means they were at the north of where the regular people lived in the city, and the south of where the regular people were living. So on the north and the south of the city, and then the majority of them were at the top where the priests were and where the temple was. Okay. So everybody had an opportunity to hear the singing and praising for the Heavenly Father in the Most High's name. That's good. You good with that? Mm-hmm. Let's continue.
Nehemiah chapter 12, verse 40. So stood the two companies of them that gave thanks in the house of the Most High, and I, and the half of the rulers with me.
So you can see that one of the companies dealt with the south in the city part, and the other company dealt in the priestly area up north.
Yes.
Read on.
Verse 41. And the priest Eliakim and Maaseiah, Menamin, Micaiah, Elionai, Zechariah, and Hananiah with trumpets, and Maaseiah, and Shemaiah, and Eleazar, and Uzziah, and Jehonan, and Melchijah, and Elam, and Ezer, and the singers sang loud with Jezreiah, their overseer. Also that day they offered great sacrifices and rejoiced, for the Most High had made them rejoice with great joy. The wives also and the children rejoiced, so that the joy of Jerusalem was heard even afar off.
And that's what Shamshawan said. The joy was back in the city.
Yep.
But look at the work it took to get the joy back in the city. The dedication, the danger, the risk of losing everything. This is what it took from Nehemiah to inspire the princes to be selfless, to inspire the priest to sit back and be selfless. It took the leadership of one to galvanize everybody else to stay in order long enough for the Most High to bless. And then when the Most High blesses, then everybody gets the fruit of the blessing. Everybody can rejoice and sing and dance, and the children and the babies are happy now. But what did it take to get that to be done? What was your question?
I was going to say, even the fact that Nehemiah, he had bypassed all those threats too.
Yeah.
All those threats that he had.
That's what I was saying, the risk of death.
And bypassing the fact that there was even people in within Jerusalem during the time when he was building it, when there was some of them that didn't even want to dedicate themselves to the building. He even bypassed that and still got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the whole point. But look at the level of work it takes from leadership to put things in order for people to just lock into a system so they can relax and exhale
And be happy.
and breathe and just be happy. Just a system has to be set. Structures have to be put in order.
There has to be order before this happens.
That's the point.
There has to be
Spiritual
established.
order,
Yeah,
and then just order in general.
that's true to life.
And then everybody can rejoice, be happy, be at peace, be mentally clear. And these are the things that are necessary.
We have to eradicate chaos in this organization and failed structure to create the environment to have emotional positivity and joy.
Con.
We had the same experience in our camp.
It doesn't matter.
It's the same
If you want things
You
to
gotta
work right,
restructure. You have to reorder, and you have to sit here and endeavor to create something that's successful and works, that's simple, to get people to buy into positivity, and then invest in that positivity, and then you get a better
everybody
result.
move up.
Yeah, move forward.
Right, move up. Everybody move up.
You get a better result over time because there's something established that people can anchor themselves to.
Mhm.
People need anchors. They need anchors individually, and they need anchors as a group.
Con. So, where are we at? Verse 40 what?
We're in verse 44, sir.
Mawala, you might want to head out now. He'll be right behind you. Read on.
Come. Nehemiah chapter 12, verse 44. And at that time were some appointed over the chambers for the treasures, for the offerings, for the first fruits, and for the tithes.
So what he's saying is, there were other people, after all the singing and dancing and the fun and the festivities, other people had to be in charge of the first fruits, be in charge of the offerings, be in charge of the tithes. What is this? Why is this important? Somebody had to be in charge to make sure that the offerings and the givings and what was given to the body was managed properly.
In Esau's terminology, this is what you call business administration.
Mm-hmm.
It's admin work.
Yeah.
Somebody has to be good at accounting. Somebody has to be good at record keeping, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's exactly what it is. There had to be accounting. There had to be somebody in charge of to make sure there wasn't any additional spending, frivolous spending, irresponsible decisions. Because irresponsible decisions, bad economy, that ends up bringing curses to the nation. We're going to read about this very soon. When you don't take care of business, when you're frivolous with your spending, when you don't make proper, sound judgment with the resources the Most High gives you, the Most High starts to sting you. Okay? So that's why there had to be a separate group that was over these offerings and treasures and tithes. Read verse 44 again.
Come. Nehemiah chapter 12, verse 44. And at that time were some appointed over the chambers for the treasures, for the offerings, for the first fruits, and for the tithes, to gather into them out of the fields of the cities the portions of the law for the priests and Levites.
So that means there were people that were enforcing, making sure that brothers out in the fields gave their portions to the priest to make sure the priests were taken care of even from the fields. Why is that important? Because a lot of times there's a spirit of out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah.
And because I'm in the country, I'm doing my farming gig, I forget what's happening in the city. I forget the needs of the Levites.
God.
Don't forget, even the Levites that are delegated out in the outskirts, where are they getting their resources from? Huh? But the offerings are going where first?
To the city.
And then the city is dispersing it out to the Levites as they need. Right? So they got to go out to these cities, collect these offerings, store it, and properly allocate and distribute to the Levites as they need based off their family situations. So there had to be an accountant over that distribution of wealth. Okay?
And each and every one of us saw those accountants as well. Go to Luke chapter 16, verse 2.
Come. Luke chapter 16 and verse 2. And he called him and said unto him, how is it?
Now read verse 1 and 2.
God. Luke chapter 16 and verse 1. And he said also unto his disciples, there was a certain rich man which had a steward, and the same was accused unto him that he had wasted his goods.
So why is Christ bringing this up amongst his disciples? Because he's showing that you got to be responsible as a disciple of Christ. You can't waste the resources the Most High give you. We're accountants also.
Yep.
We're stewards as well.
We better learn how to be accountants.
Yeah, the Most High give you each and every one of us resources. What do you do with those resources?
Yep.
Each and every one of us have something the Most High gave us, but are you responsible over what the Most High has given you?
And there can't be excuse. I'm not good with money.
Yeah.
Well, shit, you better step the hell down then.
It could be as a husband, you could have a wife and kids. As a wife, you could have a husband and children.
Yep.
As a mother, you could have children. As a brother, you could have other brothers that you're responsible for. As a sister, you got a sister you're responsible for. You know, it's not just finances; it's everything that I'm responsible for. And am I responsible for each and every aspect of what the Most High has given me? That's what he calls what? Read on.
Verse 2. And he called them and said unto him, how is it that I hear this of thee? Give an account of thy stewardship.
He said, give an account of what?
Thy stewardship.
So he said, stewardship is about keeping and managing everything the Most High gave me, and being responsible for everything the Most High has given me, whether it's children, household, finances, everything, brotherhood. Make sure I'm giving charity. I'm looking out for the people around me. It's management.
Yeah.
How well am I managing everything around me that the Most High put in front of me? You know, but every nation needs stewards. Every nation needs good management. And so this is why we're reading in Nehemiah, somebody has to be appointed over record keeping and management of all the responsibilities.
Yep.
We're those stewards also. Let that go.
Okay, so now we're back in Nehemiah 12 and 45 now.
Yes, sir. Nehemiah chapter 12 verse 45. And both the singers and the porters kept the word of their power and the word of the purification, according to the commandment of David and of Solomon his son.
Mm-hmm.
For in the days of David and Asaph of old, they were chief of the singers, and songs of praise and thanksgiving unto the Most High. And all Israel in the days of Zerubbabel and in the days of Nehemiah gave the portions of the singers and the porters every day his portion, and they sanctified holy things unto the Levites, and the Levites sanctified them unto the children of Aaron.
So what he's saying is Zerubbabel and Nehemiah did things the right way. Zerubbabel was the chief captain that was the leader as Ezra was coming up there to Jerusalem.
Yeah,
Zerubbabel was the actual military guy.
He was part of that first wave that came from out of Babylon back into Jerusalem.
And they used to call him governor, but he didn't take the responsibility of governor yet. But he was the one that took responsibility for the people. Just like Nehemiah took responsibility for the people. But both of those men, what they had and what they were similar in, they were responsible. They weren't power tripping. They weren't in it for themselves. And their decisions were based upon the need of the body and not their individual aspirations. Okay, so both of them, the entire chapter 11 and 12 is explaining how they both ran their systems right. The priests were going, the singers were going, the porters were going, everybody had their responsibilities, and the system was intact and running smoothly. So for whatever period of time, it was said that Nehemiah initially stayed in Jerusalem for 10 years. And then he left. So Nehemiah, in that first wave, that first level of hard work, he just didn't put in a year and left. He put in 10 years of installing a system. 10 years of doing things the right way. 10 years of Israel operating and seeing the good fruits of their actions. You would think after 10 years of setting the tone, 10 years of doing things the right way,
and seeing prosperity,
in this, that would mean that Israel would be able to maintain this positivity for years to come. You would think that. Obviously, I'm foreshadowing something. I wouldn't be setting it up like this if I wasn't. So let that go and go to Nehemiah 13. Now, you got to go. Nagaha, let's do this. Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 1. I'm going to read to 31. Oops, yeah.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai 1, Ban Yasha Allah.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai 1, Ban Yasha Allah. How much? What? Yahweh Shem Yasha Brakatah.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua Brakatham.
All right. Okay. Okay. Let's read this.
Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 1. On that day, they read in the book of Moses in the audience of the people.
I had one quick question.
What's that?
So I know he's gone for 10 years.
No, he wasn't gone for 10 years.
Okay, he wasn't. So Nehemiah wasn't gone for 10 years.
No, he was not. No.
He reset the
No,
system.
he was resetting the system and he was there for a period of time.
He was there in the
Yes.
city for 10 years,
Mhm,
right? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But obviously he had to report to the king, right?
Well, we'll go into it.
Okay.
Let's go into it. Read verse 1.
Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 1. On that day, they read in the book of Moses in the audience of the people, and therein was found written that the Ammonite and the Moabite should not come into the congregation of the Most High forever, because they met not the children of Israel with bread and with water, but hired Balaam against them, that he should curse them. Howbeit, our power turned the curse into a blessing. Now it came to pass, when they had heard the law, that they separated from Israel all the mixed multitude.
So listen, chapter 13 is still a continuation of what's been happening since chapter 10, chapter 11, and chapter 12. So in the midst of them during these high holy days and festivals and gathering, oh Eureka, I found another Bible verse that we didn't read for generations. Obviously, when I read Nehemiah, it lets me know that Israel doesn't read books, especially Bible scriptures, especially our history. We didn't read that. Hold this and go to Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 3 through 6.
Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 3.
Let me get that real quick. Read that, sir.
Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 3. An Ammonite or a Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Most High. Even to their 10th generation shall they not enter into the congregation of the Most High.
So once again, he says Ammon and Moab was never supposed to even be around the congregation. Read on.
Verse 4. Because they met you not with bread and with water in the way, when ye came forth out of Egypt, and because they hired against thee Balaam, the son of Beor, of Pethor, of Mesopotamia, to curse thee.
Balaam was a Midianite, or was at least living in Midian, and Moab hired Balaam to curse Israel.
and he was a sorcerer.
He was a sorcerer. And the Most High was like, because Moab hired this guy to sit back and do this, that nation is not allowed, along with Ammon, to be a part of the congregation at all. Okay? Read on.
They say that Balaam had he was such a well, we're not saying sorcery doesn't work, but it does work in the left hand side. It's not righteous, but they say Balaam's sorcery, he was able to give predictions also that would come to pass. A lot like our people follow Nostradamus, but he would tap into his magic and he would give predictions to people, and he would also be able to help them financially and tell them what moves to make the best way to get money. So at the time, a lot of people leaned on Balaam for his financial advisory that he was able to offer people through his sorcery. Just wanted to bring that out, and that's why these nations trusted him, and they try to hire him to curse the children of Israel.
Verse 5.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. Read
Verse
on.
5. Nevertheless, the Lord thy power would not hearken unto Balaam, but the Most High thy power turned the curse into a blessing unto thee, because the Most High thy power loved thee. Thou shalt not seek their peace, nor their prosperity all thy days forever.
So he said the law was stay away from these two nations. Don't seek their peace, and don't seek their prosperity all the days of your life. Right? Pretty fair, pretty clear and simple. Let it go and go back to Nehemiah 13 and verse 3.
Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 3. Now it came to pass, when they had heard the law, that they separated from Israel all the mixed multitude.
Because we read that in chapter 10. Everybody promised to take on a curse and not deal with these women, not to have relations with these nations. They all promised it, right? Not to sit back and do dealings with them, financial dealings, business dealings, taking sons to daughters and daughters to sons. We promised to cut that off. Or we'll take the curse of the Heavenly Father. Now let's sit back here and read verse 4.
Verse 4. And before this, Eliashib the priest, having the oversight of the chamber of the house of our power, was allied unto Tobiah.
So he says, Eliashib had the oversight of the chamber of the house of the Most High. Meaning he was the one, which the high priest had oversight to all the chambers and rooms and structures that were all around their temple. Remember the old picture of the temple? I should have brought this up. The old temple pictures had rooms and space all around the back edges of the temple. I want to get one that has it. Yeah, I think this one does. No, I want to be a baby one.
About this one right here.
Yeah. See, it. Let me try this one. This should be the one. That's the one.
It's a better one right there.
This is the one. You see this temple, the image on the temple. If you take a look at it, you have the actual temple where the work is done. The Holy of Holies is number 3. Look at number 4. Number 4 wraps around both sides of the temple and the back part of the temple. Okay? And he said Eliashib had jurisdiction over those rooms and that space that covered all around the temple. Okay? He had jurisdiction over that. So, if you could read verse 4 again.
Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 4. And before this, Eliashib the priest, having the oversight of the chamber of the house of our power, was allied unto Tobiah.
So Eliashib had rule over that because he was the high priest over that area that surrounds the temple. Okay, read on.
Verse 5. And he had prepared for him a great chamber, where aforetime they laid the meat offerings, the frankincense and the vessels, and the tithes of the corn, the new wine and the oil, which was commanded to be given to the Levites, and the singers, and the porters, and the offerings of the priests.
He said that space was supposed to be for the Levite priests, for the food and the corn and their sustaining during these long process of sacrifices all them day long doing the work. He cleared out the space and let it and set it up for his boy so he can have some space. This is the high priest being partial as hell and forgetting what this was supposed to be about in the first place. Why clear these spaces for Tobiah, which was an Ammonite? Don't forget who Tobiah was. Tobiah was Ammon, and he's sitting back here doing deals with Ammon, knowing this dude was off. Tobiah was the one that was against us from Jump Street.
Him and
Sanballat.
Sanballat.
Sanballat was the governor, and Tobiah was his number 2.
And who's
This was that?
Reign of Zerubbabel?
No. We are. Listen, verse 6. He's going to tell you what's happening.
Okay.
What he's saying is, during the same time when everybody was smiling and spiritual as hell, they knew not to mess with these Ammonites.
They found it in the law.
Eureka! It's in the law.
They just read it and they found out, hey, we're not supposed to be dealing with Moab or Ammon.
So,
and they're not supposed to be in the temple.
Yep. Let's sit back and get some clarification on things. Let's real quick go to Nehemiah 3:1 to explain who Eliashib is. Eliashib or Eliashib. Nehemiah 3:1.
Okay. Nehemiah chapter 3, verse 1.
Read that.
Then Eliashib the high priest.
That's all I want.
Oh.
Eliashib is the high priest. So we know this is the guy that's the culprit. Then I want to read Nehemiah 2 and 10.
Nehemiah chapter 2, verse 10. When Sanballat the Horonite and Tobiah the servant, the Ammonites.
So now we're explaining Tobiah is the Ammonite, which is the number 2 of Sanballat. Read on.
Heard of it, it grieved them exceedingly.
Both of them, Sanballat and Tobiah, was grieved at the notion that Nehemiah was going to rebuild this wall. That the Jews were going to come back together and reestablish themselves and get themselves back on their feet. That's in chapter 2.
Right.
We knew damn well that Tobiah was our enemy. We knew Sanballat was our enemy.
Tobiah worked for Sanballat.
And Tobiah worked for the man that's sitting back here giving us problems.
That threatened to kill Nehemiah.
And we still are working. Now this high priest is in the midst of all the meetings. The high priest knows everything that's going on. He knows the threats that Sanballat and Tobiah are given to Nehemiah. He knows it all. Let's go to chapter 6, verse 1 of Nehemiah.
Nehemiah chapter 6, verse 1.
Let me type it in real quick. Verse 1 and then 17 through 19.
Nehemiah chapter 6, verse 1. Now it came to pass, when Sanballat and Tobiah and Geshem the Arabian and the rest of our enemies...
Listen, Nehemiah knew they were our enemies. So the high priest didn't know we were enemies with these guys? But Nehemiah knew? Read on.
And the rest of our enemies heard that I had builded the wall, and that there was no breach left therein, though at that time I had not set up the doors upon the gates.
Now jump to verse 17.
Verse 17. Moreover, in those days, the nobles of Judah sent many letters unto Tobiah, and the letters of Tobiah came unto them.
So once again, during this whole process, the nobles, the princes were sending letters to Tobiah. The nobles were cool with Tobiah. Now we're realizing the high priest was cool with Tobiah. Everybody's cool with the enemies except for Nehemiah. And we wonder why things are falling apart. The scripture is saying they were enemy to Nehemiah. Okay, it's one thing to be cool with Tobiah, even though Nehemiah is calling them enemies. Now the scriptures in Deuteronomy is like, God says they're your enemies. And you're still making connections with them. You're still giving them chambers and spaces, giving them a piece of the block.
I think you need to reiterate that particular part, because I don't think people realize that this man had an office inside the temple.
Listen, I'm going to show it again. It wasn't in the actual building, but you get my point. It's right around it. He had an office in them spaces.
It's on the same structure, though.
It's on the same structure, right? Look at the structure from the bottom right-hand corner.
So he had a suite. He had a suite.
There it goes.
That he could pop in whenever he wanted to. He could do his paperwork in the temple.
In the temple.
Now, you're not in this, but you see how it was wicked? It's not in the temple.
Right.
But it's on the grounds of the temple. Right. Look at the picture. It's right. That's how we roll now. Yeah. It's right here. It's right away. It's connected to the temple. You just can't go into the temple. Just come on, G. I can't give you that.
I didn't let him in the temple.
It's all technicality zones, huh?
It's native.
But this is what the high priest is allowing him to do.
So
In exchange for something. It's a favor for a favor.
Yeah.
Why would you do something like this?
There's something
Unless
else.
you want something not the deal.
why would you associate with somebody that the Most High cursed?
And one of the most likers and has habitually shown he's not about the growth and the development of the nation.
It sounds like modern day politicians,
God, that's
Modern
all.
day.
It's all politics.
like Fang Fang,
Hmm?
right? Those that know about Fang Fang. But okay, this is a Chinese spy that dealt with that dude. All these different politicians, different groups, they send spies, they send women, they send resources.
You mean like Honey Pot number?
Exactly. They send just different objects that the politicians would want.
Yeah.
And the ones that send it are oppositional nations. They even do companies. They do corporations. They do the corporations in that country.
Yeah.
And they do business with them. But it's all about getting inside information. It's all about sitting here having someone to be an ear to the street for them. It's all about having some type of friendly internal relationship. It's also they can place spies and get information and intel. This is how nations deal. So
And like idiots, we're sitting back here and letting them right into us.
But
isn't that how Jake does anyway? Israel is always inviting. They'll let Edomites go right into the damn organization, like it's cool, because he's a cool guy.
He's one of us.
He's one of us. This is how we're operating. But this is after they've shown that they were anti-us. They're still doing it. But look at one of these rooms around the temple was this guy's. He might have had the upstairs suite.
Yeah.
He had a corner lot.
He got a corner space.
He got a corner space over still being able to see what's going on in the temple.
Yes.
It shows.
And have a feel of what's going on. Whenever he wants to, he can come there. It's his suite.
It shows Israel's always for sale.
Come on.
That's what it shows.
Hey, we're gonna keep reading how bad we
That's
are.
crazy. We would have been.
This is the beginning, huh?
There wouldn't have been if they had their way. Nehemiah would be dead,
And the wall would never have been built.
Exactly. We would live in
We would have never have been stable. But let the story flow, because Nehemiah is going to explain how bad it is. What you got?
Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 10.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 12,
Verse 10. God.
Never trust thine enemy.
Yep.
What did the Bible say?
Never trust thine enemy.
No, he's cool, man. He's a cool guy.
Never trust thine enemy.
He's down to earth.
Never trust thine enemy.
He speak our language.
Never trust thine
And
enemy.
listen, he blows the saxophone on Arsenio Hall, man.
Yeah.
He's for the black man.
Yeah.
I remember everybody loved Bill Clinton because he was like, he likes the black man. No, you don't.
He one of us.
That dude was a mass murderer. He was a killer.
Allegedly.
He was a killer. That man killed
Everybody comes up there around.
The Clintons are a notorious crime family. I'm serious. They are legit. The wife, the husband.
Everybody get killed.
People be coming up missing all the time. When he was a governor in Arkansas, people was coming up missing.
They come up missing and they come up fondled.
Huh? Listen,
And it's always suicidal. Everybody
always
suicide.
accidental scenarios.
Exactly.
When he was in Cambridge in England, a chick that cried rape on him, excuse me for the word, ended up getting killed in England. That's when he was in college. This guy has a track record, and the wife got a track record too.
Let them emails come out.
Bro, listen, man. Oh, that's even worse.
Even worse.
That gate thing, that Pizzagate thing is horrible. Listen, but because you're playing the saxophone, shucking and jiving with black folks, you gonna win the election because you get the Democrats for the people. Get out of here, Ike. It's all a game.
And Malcolm said it best. Malcolm said that they're like a fox, and because he smiles at you, you think he's not using his teeth. But that smile is his teeth.
Yeah.
Like you're the prey, but because he gestures his mouth
A certain way.
you accept him.
Yeah.
He pointed out real clear, like
That was a really nice
that's
way to
our
explain
people.
that.
He said it perfect.
But this is the issue. So, but we're so We're so looking forward to fit in and be accepted. We compromise who we are just to fit in. And once again, the Clintons went to Haiti to get that gold.
Yep.
They did when that earthquake happened and the water was worse and the people were living in the worst conditions. They didn't fix their conditions. They went there and said, "Yeah, we love little babies, love little children. We're gonna take this gold and then take some other things if we want it." No, I don't go into all the details, but
certain so-called non-profit organizations.
They came in behind the Clintons.
No, they got caught stealing children.
Yeah, they came in under that same humanitarian aid.
Humanitarian aid. They was caught funneling children out of Haiti for trafficking purposes.
Yes.
So there's a whole undercover operation going.
And let's get this gold. Because there was real money in them dark hills.
Yep.
That's the point. But once we want to sit back here and cozy up with these people, like they're people to be cozied up to.
Because they said they have hot sauce in their bag. Because they speak with a southern accent when they choose to.
And they bring rappers on stage during campaign season.
Because they have rappers dance and gyrate. Our people are very simple for that.
Yeah. Those guys are gyrating because they want to get a plea deal on their prison sentence.
Or they use a couple of slang words.
Yeah. Oh, he's talking jive. I guess he's one of us.
Yep.
Okay.
He knows the handshake. He knows the black handshake.
He's in. Bring him to the cookout.
Yeah.
That game.
This is us. And we can get a deal out of it.
Yep.
We can get a deal. We can get some money.
Stamps.
He gonna look out for us.
He gonna look out for us. This is always the deal. So read Nehemiah 6. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were
finish that real quick.
Ecclesiastes 12 and 10. Never trust thine enemy, for like as iron rusteth, so is his wickedness.
So it said, does iron stay clean and pristine and sharp forever? No, he said that's how an enemy is. It says it's only a matter of time before you see what you got. You may think this is iron. Over time, you're gonna find out this is rust. Man, this is corroded. Man, this is not gonna last. It's temporary. Read on.
So is his wickedness, though he humble himself.
Because an enemy will play humble.
Yeah.
An enemy will play like he's your friend.
Gotcha.
He'll say the right words, do the right things.
Be respectful.
Be respectful. Show up. Be of assistance to you in a time of need. You think, man, this person's solid gold, man. This person is down for the cause. Read on.
Though he humble himself and go crouching.
It said, and he go what?
Crouching.
What is he? An enemy will crouch down like, yeah, I'm part of the team. I'm with you. I'm on your side. Read on.
Yet take good heed.
It said, you better watch close. You better pay attention. Better don't look at the fact that he's crouching down humble. Take heed that this person, look at the previous history and track record of this individual. Read on.
Wow.
And beware of him.
And do what?
And beware of him.
It said you're supposed to beware of him. Read on.
And thou shalt be unto him as if thou hast wiped a looking glass.
It said, and you shall be unto him as if thou wiped a what?
Looking glass.
A looking glass is a mirror. Sometimes a mirror gets foggy. And so you're not able to see exactly what you're looking at. He said, but if you wipe the mirror, then things get clear. Right behind that film is the true perception of that person.
Yep.
Is the real intention of that person. Read on.
And thou shalt know that his rust hath not been altogether wiped away.
And you will if you look past the surface, don't look at the surface like a mirror. Behind the surface is an enemy.
Yep.
But you think you got a friend in your hands. But behind that surface is an enemy. Read on.
Set him not by thee.
And you're not supposed to do what?
Set him not by thee.
You're not supposed to put an enemy where?
By thee.
He said you're not supposed to put an enemy next to you.
In arm's reach.
Read on.
Lest when he hath overthrown thee.
It said because it said it's just a matter of time. They gonna what?
When he hath overthrown thee.
He will overthrow you. Read on.
He stand up in thy place.
And he gonna stand up where?
He changed.
He stand up in thy place.
Wow.
So the whole time that he's humble, playing part of the team,
shucking and jiving,
jiving, acting like he's down, saying all the right words. The whole while he's looking to take your place. Backstabbers.
Yeah.
You know
His head changed.
Yeah. But say it again.
His hate ain't changed.
No, the hate ain't changed. He just know how to conceal it.
Yeah.
But he's not a friend. That's an enemy. No, an enemy knows how to conceal himself over a matter of time until he get what he wants, and get where he wants to be. We all.
Neither let him sit at thy right hand.
It said neither let him sit where?
At thy right hand.
You got to your right hand is the position of intimacy.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Just to be sure, when it says enemy, is it a reference like to other nations or just anyone?
Anyone.
Okay, that's all.
Because the enemy could be one of our own people or of other nations.
Yep.
It could be either one. He said, but don't sit. But right hand meaning what? I let him in on what's intimate about me.
Yeah.
Wow.
Read on.
Disclosing information. Intimate information.
Time.
That's awesome.
Lest he seek to take thy seat.
And he said, lest he seek to take thy what?
Seat.
Read.
And thou at the last.
It said, when it's all said and done and you've been overthrown by your enemy. Read on.
Remember my word.
He said, you're going to remember what?
My word.
Damn, I should have listened.
That's scripture.
Damn, I should have paid attention.
You know how many Jacob lost their jobs doing that?
Yeah.
Telling Edomites, talking about the boss to the Edomite and then Edom will go right to the boss and say, see, this guy's talking about
You get a promotion.
But he's telling you, he's talking about the boss too.
Yeah.
But he's listening to you, go right to the boss and tell it and rat on you, and you out of a job. And guess who took your place?
Yeah.
You trained your replacement.
Thank you. Happens all the time.
Yep.
When you
betrayed me.
If you're a Jake dude and you go on a bunch of Edomites, they quiet out. They get quiet. They change the subject.
Yep.
When you go around, you might go around Jake, keep talking. They keep getting louder and louder and louder and talk more about their situation and complaining and complaining and complaining. And then wonder why these guys get outed down the line.
Yep.
You never talk to Esau about what your real intentions are.
Sometimes you can't deal with your own people.
That too.
There's intertribal problems with us, and a lot of times it's Israel that wants to be the only black guy. He wants to be the token black guy. So there can't be two of us, man. One of us got to go.
Yeah.
And they get your information.
It's the truth.
And they snitch on you. I thought you was my brother. Yeah, I'm your brother.
Yeah, right.
I'm your brother's a good position.
Yeah. But this is all the truth. But the crazy thing is, all that you got more now.
Yeah, just finish that part.
And thou at the last remember my words.
Read.
And be pricked therewith.
It said, and these words gonna do what?
And be pricked.
They're gonna be. It's gonna forever prick you. Meaning, you're gonna forever regret putting that person by you. You're gonna regret it because you were told not to do it, and you did it anyway. Not listening, not following instructions, not paying attention to the fact that people conceal themselves.
Scriptures are telling you this. And your own eyes see it. You're watching Nehemiah catch hell, and Nehemiah is like Sanballat, and Tobiah is on my head right now.
But you know what it proves?
These guys want us to sit back here and not get construction done.
But you know what it proves, though? Also, they had a problem with Nehemiah too.
That's definitely what the hell
It
happened.
proves they had a personal problem. For you to take the side of a person that's a personal problem with your brother means you have a problem with him.
Yes. But you know what happens? Like Israel does now. I'll tolerate you because you're the man in power.
Or what we'll say is, y'all don't understand this person like I understand this person.
There you go.
Y'all don't know him like I know him. Because, it's the same thing when your parents tell you not to deal with a certain individual, and you say, well, y'all
they're bad influence.
Because they're bad influence, but you say, no, y'all don't understand him. He's my friend. Y'all don't understand him. Y'all don't know him like I know him.
Until you in gunfire with him, you in gunplay with him, you sit like you're in jail is next after the gunplay. Then all of a sudden, oh man, I thought it was cool.
Or until you said the baggie wasn't his.
Yeah. Oh
That's
man,
the scariest one.
when you get stopped.
For young people, when you're riding with people you don't know, you better be very
Or you
cautious.
thought you were cool with
Or
him.
you thought you knew him.
Man, that's the scariest thing in the world. There be a baggie of some substance, a chemical substance, and then the cop happens to pop up, and they say, "Whose car is this? Whose is this?" And they never say it's theirs, because you're the one driving.
Or you're the one driving, and they put it under your seat.
Yeah.
That happens a lot.
They got the devil's lettuce in your seat.
Yeah. My parents are tripping, dog. They're tripping. This guy's cool. He's cool until it's him versus you, and it's his tail.
Or you got the boyfriend telling the girlfriend, you're supposed to be my ride or die.
Oh, yeah.
You're supposed to take this
Take
charge.
this rap for me.
Take this charge for me. If you prove to me that you love me, take this charge. Hold this for me. I can't go to jail. I'll come back and get you out.
Yeah.
I'll write some letters for you.
That is the realest crap ever. Jake does that all the time,
It's consistent.
bro. And their life is ruined because of your negative crap. You think he gonna wait for you?
Yeah, you gonna wait?
You gonna wait after 10 years?
Yeah, you gonna do that dime?
Yeah, right. This is a real thing. He said he loved me. We got braces on. Looking at 8 to 10.
You my boy.
I said a lot of things.
Yeah, you my boy.
I had a friend years ago asked me to run him to Walmart. Take me to Walmart real quick. Old friend. I haven't seen him in a while. I took him to Walmart. He just go in there and just start snatching everything.
He come out running.
Yeah.
Yeah. Drive.
That was it. Yeah.
Now you complicit to a crime.
Yeah. Had a gun on him too.
Wow.
They didn't
Aggravated
know.
assault. Now you the driver.
Yeah.
You were the getaway driver.
You're the getaway driver.
You ain't getting in here.
You gotta drive off.
No.
Did you know?
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
What do they call that? You're
Alias.
Accessory.
You're
Compass.
You're accomplice. You're with it. You're with this. How come you didn't know?
Brother.
Ignorance is what 2/3 of the law is. Say, ignorance is no excuse for breaking the law. Because I
Something
didn't
like
know.
Yeah.
Listen, bro. It happens in all walks of life. You gotta vet your friends, which means you can't be thirsty for friendship.
Yeah.
This is why you gotta learn to be okay being alone. How about that?
Yeah.
Stay away from them diddlers.
That's even a whole nother level. But Liz, you gotta sit back here and first be okay with just being alone. Can you accept that? Is that okay for you?
It just shows you
If
also.
you can't learn to be alone, then you won't ever put yourself in a position to vet the friends you're with.
You'll compromise yourself.
Because you gotta have friends. Some people just gotta have people around them. You never seen that person? I gotta have homies. I gotta have girlfriends. I gotta validate me. I gotta be with somebody else. I just can't be okay being alone. And I'm telling you, in life, you're gonna have waves when you're gonna be alone. And you might have one or two friends. Everybody else are associates. How many real friends do you ever come across in your life? Not very many. Less than one handful. So all your homeboys and your girlfriends in high school, they're not your friends.
Or they say, I need you to cash this check for me. And,
That's another one.
well, how come they ain't cash the check?
How come you can't go out of the street?
Yeah. I just need you to cash this check in your name.
This check looks weird.
Yeah.
Whose check is this?
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Just put your name on it and go in the bank. They ain't going to do nothing. Just show them your ID, cash the check, and then when you get the money, meet me, we'll split it up.
And I'll give you like $50 for it.
Yeah.
You the sucker. You the sucker. They got the paper trail on you. Now you're got.
Because now you're a scammer.
Yep.
Didn't know it.
Didn't even know it. Just go in there and run that car for me. You didn't know that car was stolen.
I thought we were brothers or sisters or family. Family too.
Promise me you won't get mad. What? Promise me you won't get mad. I'm gonna tell you something.
That's after the fact.
That's after you committed a crime. You didn't know it. Matter of fact, I want you to know that the cops is coming.
It just shows you our people are bad judges of character.
Yeah.
We don't understand the character of the people that we associate with until it's too late.
Mhm.
We're not good judges of character. That's why you gotta look at history, track records, and you have to have oversight by people that know, hey, these are not good people, that have better insight. You gotta trust your elders. You gotta trust your parents. You gotta trust. I say that because we got a lot of young people in here too.
Yep, that's the point.
You gotta trust your parents' perspective. You may think this person is cool, but they see something else that you don't see. Happens all the time.
Because they live longer than you.
Yeah.
And that youth is great for energy, and it's great for spirit and zeal and positivity, but you need experience to balance that youth.
There's a lot of takers on earth, man. There's a lot of people that take.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I think we got that point across. So but Eliashib is the high priest. This guy is the one that's supposed to be the most spiritually in tune of everybody else outside of damn Nehemiah and Ezra. And this guy's rolling like this. He's the high priest. Don't you think he's the first line of defense? This is what the scripture means when it says the gates thereof what?
Language.
Right? The leadership are weak. They lack strength. They lack the strength to say no. We will sit back here and I don't need your money. I don't need your financial support. I'm okay. We will be okay without you.
We have to compromise.
But think about this. The wall is there. And Tobiah had to find a way in. I need to sit back here and find a way in and know what's happening. Like that way, Michelle Shawan said. I got to have a person inside keeping an eye on the whereabouts of what these Jews are doing. I need a mole.
Yep.
So I will pay to be in there, to be that mole. I'm smiling, I'm high-fiving everybody. I'm the coolest Ammonite around.
But why are you even here, bro?
But would you read Nehemiah 6 in verse 17, 18, and 19 real quick. Nehemiah 6, verse 17, 18, and 19.
Nehemiah chapter 6, verse 17. Moreover, in those days, the nobles of Judah sent many letters unto Tobiah.
So listen, that means the nobles, through the entire 2-day process, the nobles were keeping Tobiah up to date on the construction.
And what is it?
This was in that chapter, Snakes in the Grass. We went over that time.
But it shows amongst religion and the religious nature and being nationalistic and being about the people, there's always the fake pro-black angle. There's always the fake pro-Native American, pro-Latino. There's people that use that struggle. They're struggle pimps. I hate saying that, but it's the truth. They use people's struggles and then people's losses and people's sufferings as an angle to posture themselves in a position of a caretaker. I'm here for you. I'm here. I remember when Obama got elected, bro. I saw brothers that knew the scriptures was tripping out. But man, we got a black man in president. Are you serious, huh? We got a black man in the White House, huh? That it's gonna change? Brothers believe in that. People get caught up into the figure. He's like, I'm here for you. I'm here to help you. I want to make a change for you.
That's like saying Jay-Z being with the NFL is really helping the black.
That's the modern day example. That's a better example.
So Jay-Z, do you think Jay-Z is really sitting back here and trying to talk to Roger Goodell about helping advocating the black people with the kneeling? Because what they did is Colin Kaepernick was kneeling, everybody was looking bad.
Yep. Racist. They're looking racist.
Bad,
they're looking racist.
Looking racist as hell. So what we do? Let's bring Jay-Z in here.
Token.
Let's bring the token guy and give him a portion of NFL ownership to say that we're about diversity.
Exactly.
But we're really not about diversity.
And that's why they can always have that boule element amongst our people.
God,
our people,
you need it.
There will always be a boule. I think the word boule means the king's advisor. There will always be not the righteous king, not the righteous advisor, but they will advise the king against their own people for a nominal fee.
Huh? And that's what's happening. So these nobles, which were the elites, were constantly in contact with Tobiah to report to him and to get reports back because they were in his pocket. Or Tobiah was giving them money and keeping them up.
How much does sweet cost?
I wasn't going to cost for
How much is quarter office?
It wasn't going to cost for your troubles.
Yeah.
I'll pay double, man.
I got you, man. I got you. Listen, I know you're cool. You know I'm cool, but I know Nehemiah has a problem with me.
There you go. There you go.
You know, we have a relationship. We've been working for years.
And don't forget, I did offer to help build the wall.
There you go.
Remember, they threw that offer there when Nehemiah was building the wall. Let us help you build the wall.
But you got to compromise when you're letting all that foreign money come in.
Yep.
That foreign help. Yep. Now you got to come. Now you got to sit back here, take care of him. It's like what's happening
in California
with the temple. Okay. Even during the time of Zerubbabel, if they would have helped with the building, then they would have wanted a suite in the temple.
Mm.
It's not like when you see these pro stadiums. When you call them, the pro stadiums are sustained by the investor money that comes in. All the suites are paid out by these corporations.
Yep.
Yes, they're making money with the regular people on the grounds, but you're making the money from paying those suites off or renting out those suites for your investors. That's what really keeps you going.
It's your season ticket holders and your suite owners.
Yes, your suite owners are a major affiliate that keeps your bills paid. You think the nigga that's on the 1,000th damn floor, the 1,000th row, eating a hot dog for $2, that nigga's really making a damn difference? Listen, the niggas always go to Tuesday games, Tuesday Spurs games, because you get the bag of cheap chips and the damn hot dog and some soda for $5 special. That's where the nigga goes. The white man has the seats paid for all year.
Now what you do is you wait till the game starts.
But I was gonna say that.
You come down
and hope that the white boy don't go to the game that day, and then take his spot. The white man paid it. He just didn't want to do it that day.
Yeah, it was a start.
And you want to sit back here and crash and I'm gonna get it. I came up. I came up.
And then you take pictures and put it on Snapchat.
Yeah,
we had the half court. You didn't pay for that half court line.
You can't for that seat.
You pay for the $5 chips and the chips and salsa.
The nosebleed seat.
Yeah, bro.
Sir, can you get up?
Yeah.
Mr. Walton's here.
That walk of shame. That's the real walk of shame. Excuse me.
It's right here.
Excuse me.
Well, this ticket didn't. Oh no, one. That's my bad. I read
it wrong. You read that wrong.
Yeah.
Lying.
Yeah.
I read the number. I didn't know the numbers. I didn't understand.
You didn't tell me. I thought this was the right seat. We do it in the movie theater. And we do it at big games.
Yes, we do. But the real money is the corporate sponsorships.
Yep.
Like AT&T Center,
advertisements,
SBC. Listen, that's real money, and that's infused into the company.
Yep.
All the corporations that have all their big wigs go to these games. This is what they'll be upgrading in the stadiums. Are the press seats, the press boxes, is where all the upgrades come from. The stadium don't have no major upgrades. It's the suites are upgraded.
Yep.
This is why the Spurs are trying to do a downtown stadium right next to the Henry B. Gonzalez
Convention Center.
They're going to make more money. They're going to sit back here and have higher updated seats and have more money drawn in because it's right off of damn 28137, right in the heart of downtown.
And they say, you know what? If you got big wigs coming to town, they say, well, how about we catch a game?
Yes,
that's a good one.
And it's in walking distance.
It's in walking distance.
That's awesome.
And that now you have control of now you have sources of all of your convention money goes right into that. All the Marriott hotels,
tourism,
all the tourist conventions are already there right in the area. They can walk to the game. You have more access to money versus having to get Ubers and drive all to the east side. Drive all the way back. You can walk right back to your hotel.
You don't want to cut through prostitutes and pimps to get to a game.
That's the point. And fiends that are walking out looking at you like
shaking it like this.
Let me wash
your window.
Let me wash your windows because that's what you're dealing with.
That happens.
Why deal with that when you can just walk right from the Henry B. Gonzalez and walk right there to the game?
It'd be dangerous out there sometimes.
It is. So you're making more money. You have greater access to the press seats, and you get more corporation money. And this is what's happening here. The temple and Nehemiah understood, I don't need your money, I don't need your resources because it comes with a consequence. You want something for this money that we're going to give you. You want to have your presence in our affairs.
And
so no thank you.
It's an opportunity to get something fast. Because we know
that's the battle that we face.
The slow is going to take 5 years to get. We gotta be. Well, Sam Block, he can bring that whatever this flow.
We're done. Everything's good.
We get this money within about a year and a half from Sam Block. Why we gotta wait 5 years?
Because you know why? Remember when we was first getting started, and that lady, we were barely getting our trucks together. The lady said, "Listen, I can get you 4 trucks right now."
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And she says, "But I want." I think it was 20% of the business.
25%.
25% of the business, but you'll be running right now. I said, we'll be a slave to this person. We will be a slave. 25% of the business. There's no profit there. That means we're getting 15% profit now. Barely might come to us, and we're working like monkeys to cover you. 25% of our hard-earned money. We'll wait, and we'll struggle.
Yeah, that's right.
But it's the same thing we're building now. You want to compromise creative control and the ability to build it the way you want it to for everybody else's opinion on how to get things done?
You know, I was just watching a short. Master P said that he had a meeting with Jimmy Iovine. Jimmy Iovine is owner of Interscope Records. Mm-hmm. Same thing, Death Row, Shady Interscope.
All the hip hop
stuff on the West Coast. He pretty much run all that. And Aftermath. So he said Jimmy Iovine, him and his brother, when they first got started, Jimmy Iovine, they had a meeting. He cut a check for $1 million, and he handed Master P the check. And his brother said, "Listen, man, take the check." He said, "Jimmy, we're gonna go get something to eat, and we'll be back." And Jimmy Iovine told him, "If you don't come back," he said, "you'll never work with any other record company. I'll make sure you don't work with any other record companies in the record industry."
That was gangster stuff right there.
Yeah, even just
You didn't give him a chance. You didn't give him a chance to go look for something else, another option.
Yeah.
Anyway, you go. I'm sorry.
And so he said him and his brother went outside. They almost got into a fight.
Yeah, C Murder was tripping on
C
it.
Murder was tripping. He said, "Man, how come you didn't take the check?"
Take the money.
Yeah, he said, "Listen, man, if he offered me $1 million, he said, this white man offered me $1 million, then how much am I really worth?"
Yeah.
He said, "I got to be worth at least 15 or 20. And you know what? He was right. He was right by not letting that man in.
Yep.
Because when you let that man in, you no longer
You're a
have
slave forever, bro.
you don't have no authority over your image, your branding.
Yep.
Your, even the content of your music must be according to what these industry people want.
No doubt.
Right.
So you have no control. You've given up power over your control of your music.
Yeah.
Just like Neo said. Neo said that they told him what producers to write his music for, to use, what type of music he wanted to release.
He had no creative
He had
control.
no control. He said that's why Neo stopped making music for
That's
2
why
years.
he's America's top talent guy.
Yeah. He said for 2 years he stopped making music because then they put him on a clause where he couldn't produce any music. Couldn't write no music.
They shelved him.
They shelved him. They wouldn't release none of his tracks.
Wow.
Because it wasn't the content they wanted. Because you give up power. You sign your name over, you give up power. Or you let people into your establishment, you're giving up power.
And they shelve you too, bro.
Yeah.
That's crazy. They'll break you. They'll break you.
Yeah, Neil was hot. He
He
was hot.
had a run, man.
He had a great run. Now he wasn't the other guy, but he was very talented.
As a writer, especially as a songwriter
Phenomenal.
and a singer.
Yeah, he's like
But-
babyface.
but you let him in, huh?
better than they can perform.
You have no power no more. You forfeited all your control.
It's crazy.
So now we watching how these enemies, we let enemies in, man.
And that's what we want to do, because for the easy way, the easy financial bump, the prestige,
I don't wait.
and I can sit back here and rub shoulders with everybody else who got money. That makes me feel special.
Yeah, you want to be.
When Nehemiah, this is what's so important about leadership. You can't be so caught up with rubbing shoulders with people with money and power. That don't matter. Can you just be okay with separating yourself, doing the right thing, and allowing the Most High to work through you? Why do you have all these elite? There's no need for these allegiances.
That's a lust.
It is a lust.
But people don't see. People think that lust is just physical. That lust is you want
Acknowledgement.
validation. You want acknowledgement, and you're willing to compromise who you are as a man or woman
A lot of brothers
to
is that
get
way.
acknowledgement. And you're going to
To be
compromise.
accepted, to be looked upon a
You
certain
want
way,
acceptance to the point where you're going to destroy yourself. Israel has
and
a
the
problem
people
with that.
around you.
And the people want acceptance so bad they'll destroy themselves. They don't even see themselves getting destroyed. They say, well, listen, look at me. People like me. People
We
like
got to
me.
keep going on. Listen, we got to finish this class.
Or they'll
Please.
say it's business. It's not personal. They'll say this is business. It's not personal.
Yep.
When it is personal.
Huh?
But they'll miscommunicate
Yep.
what business is to what is personal. It's going to be personal
Right.
when you let an enemy in.
Right.
It's going to get personal.
Let's continue. Let's read verse 17, 18, and 19 again.
Nehemiah chapter 6, verse 17. Moreover, in those days, the nobles of Judah sent many letters unto Tobiah, and the letters of Tobiah came unto them. For there were many in Judah sworn unto him.
Jake was sworn to this guy. They promised to sit back here and keep him up regardless.
The princes, right?
Yeah. The princes were sworn to him. Read on.
Because he was the son-in-law of Shechaniah, the son of Arah, and his son Johanan had taken the daughter of Meshullam, the son of Berechiah.
And this is how we started falling away at. We started allowing these intermarriages to creep in. There was like this guy that was an honorable man, Shechaniah, allowed his daughter to marry Tobiah.
Because
Now all of a sudden, because this honorable man, this guy that was an elite prince, allowed his daughter to marry this guy Tobiah, now we're going to compromise right from wrong because we're in bed together as family. Yeah.
and we did this before historically. We end up marrying that
The Herodians.
Well,
I'm going to Herodians. That happened the same damn way.
It happened with the Herodians. It happened here, and it happened in Israel, where I think the guy that he was a weak king, and his wife was slain.
That was Jehoshaphat. That was Jehoshaphat's son. He had Jehoshaphat, which is the king of Judah. When Judah was on top, ended up marrying Ahab and Jezebel's daughter.
Yep.
And I think her name was Athaliah.
Yep.
And that was the beginning of the end for Judah.
Yep. That was how
that was the beginning of the collapse
of Judah.
Because Jehoshaphat had to marry in with Ahab's daughter, and everything went to hell. And Ahab's daughter was taught by Jezebel, and she sat back here and had all of Jehoshaphat's other sons killed for no damn reason.
Yep.
Like 70 sons.
And it wasn't that many. It was a lot, like 15, and all of them got wiped out. And then they started trying to wipe out all of the seed of David after that.
People, here's what doesn't pay attention to. It's like a cell wall.
Because the man died, and then Athaliah was remaining. And when she was a remaining princess, she was ordering all of the sons of Judah to get wiped out. And then one son was saved because he aligned himself with the high priest and was living with the high priest's family.
And they hid him in the temple. But this is what happens.
And it goes back to that meme that you brought up last week about strong men, or I guess strong men make good times.
Yep.
Good times make weak men.
Mm-hmm.
Weak men make bad times.
Yep.
And bad times make strong men. It's the cycle of being diluted, the cycle of collapsing based off of the environment people create. But the environment that people create is based off.
Rewind that again. Rewind that statement he said.
Yes.
It's the truth.
All right.
I'm just saying people who are watching need to rewind that statement because he said a strong man what?
It says hard times make strong men. Strong men make good times. Good times make weak men. Weak men make bad times.
That's how the cycle
Simple
goes.
as that. That's the cycle of societal collapses.
Keeps going like that.
Business collapses.
Camp collapses.
It's the same. It's never going to change. It's the cycle of men. It's the environment men create. And that's why we have to be like a cell wall. Scripture shows a cell wall, it dictates what permeates into the interior of that cell wall. That's why you have watchmen at the gates. We're supposed to be watchmen. Where were the leadership at the gates? They're seeing who comes in, who goes out. We have these doors, who comes in, who comes out. Who's allowed to interact with our families? We're not bringing anybody around our families and babies and kids. We're not accepting that. You have to vet people, prove people. Like the scripture says, prove a friend to make sure thy friend. If they're ready for your cause.
And even on the aspect of a cell wall, on the outer area of a cell wall under a microscope, you have cell receptors. And the cell receptors allow either the signal from the other enzymes in the blood. The receptor will receive it, and if it looks dangerous or if it doesn't recognize it, that cell receptor will damage and destroy whatever it is that's trying to duplicate that particular cell.
Exactly.
So when you look at cancer is what happens when a cell receptor receives an enzyme out of the blood, doesn't recognize it, and starts to split it and divide it, not knowing that enzyme is cancerous. So that's when you have a mutation going on. That's the beginning of a mutation, is when you have cell receptors that receive information that it doesn't recognize. Foreign information.
Yep.
Outside information.
Yep.
No different than when we bring in foreigners or outside people into what we're doing who don't have our best interests in mind.
I like this guy.
Yeah, this guy's cool, man.
It's cool.
He's married into the family.
Yep.
It's dangerous. In verse 19.
So read verse 18 again. So 18 is explaining that Tobiah married into the family, and all of a sudden we're going to let this guy in on all the tea because there's family.
Yep.
But what's more important, is this guy a nation and our enemy or family? Which one should it be? First of all, you should never gave him to him, but now that you did it, listen, he's still an enemy. Why can't this dude just be? He's the son-in-law, and let's keep it at that.
He's your grandson.
Why you gotta give him all the tea?
Stepson.
Let me just see the grandkid out when he come through. Why I gotta give you all the business of what's happening in the city? You don't see you getting played? You're getting played like a fiddle.
You want a coon. That's why.
And that's what we're doing, because that guy is next. Because Tobiah is next to the man. Tobiah was next to Sanballat.
This is the coons of Israel.
So this is the princes, but then the high priest did it. It's one thing for the princes to do it. Now the high priest is corrupt and is taking the gifts. He's got to be getting bribes.
I so am gratified by Sanballat. Sanballat's a very good man. He's a rich man. I so am gratified to be associated
You want to
with
let you
Sanballat.
know
Okay.
that the priests weren't just satisfied sacrificing animals and serving the Lord.
Yeah, that's why.
They wanted something out the deal, and we're going to start reading about how Israel, the priests, were being exploited because they wanted more out the deal.
This is the
Because you sit back here and you look at the priests, they didn't like the fact that they was on a fixed income, because that's what they were. The priests were on a fixed damn income, and they didn't like that shit.
Great way of putting it. It's a great way of putting it.
Because they were. They didn't like the fixed income. They didn't like the fact that they had to live based on if the Jews want to help them out that week.
Yeah.
If the tithing, if the offering and the tithing was low, guess what? Your bread was low. You had to stretch your money, you had to stretch your resources, because what? Everybody wasn't bringing in.
And also,
they didn't like living like that.
And also Nehemiah forced them to cancel those debts that they had. They was expecting payment for.
Well, that was the princes.
Yeah,
that was the prince. I'm talking about the priest. The priest was getting weak, and the priests were getting exploited for their desire to get more out the deal.
I'm tired of not.
You're gonna read in Malachi next week. One of the things that the Jews were doing, they were offering. The priests were offering what? Lame animals, blind animals.
There we go.
Three-legged animals.
I'm mad at
Why
God.
were they doing that?
I'm
They're
mad
mad at God, but you know what they're doing? I'm gonna keep the good stuff for me.
yeah.
I'm keeping the good animals for me.
I gotta have something for me.
So I'm gonna give up these animals I can't do nothing with anyway, so I can keep stuff for me. You start seeing that selfishness coming out because they had an itch.
I'm scamming.
I have an itch. I gotta have mine. So I'm gonna start cutting corners with the Father because I want to keep for me.
Yep.
It's showing you that the priests were ordained to just wait off the offerings of the people.
And it's very similar to something I brought a class out about maybe a month and a half ago about in Florida. They have these bad construction companies in Florida, and these buildings are
Yeah, exactly.
Wasn't just Florida.
Yeah.
Anyway.
especially Florida. In Miami,
Everywhere, bro.
they're building all these buildings.
You know why? Because a 9.5 want to cut corners. They don't want to stick to them city ordinances.
Listen,
I'm trying to tell you.
It goes down in China too, but I'm emphasizing Florida.
Turkey too.
China's bad.
Turkey's bad too.
Listen, bro, they
A
like,
whole city block collapsed.
brother, like, why are these buildings? When people are in a building, you're watching TV, you got your kids playing and running around. You look up and here comes your roof starting to dent in. The roof's starting to collapse. What's going on? The building's starting to wobble and shake. Ain't no earthquake going on. Why is this building collapsing? Why am I living in a hazardous construction area?
Yeah.
Because people want their money and they like the deal. So they gotta sit here and cut product and cut down.
No, what they do is in order to build, you got to go through permitting, and permitting takes too long. So if you pay somebody to speed up the permit,
Yep.
and to bypass the permit, that means I don't have to send an engineer out there to look at it. So I pay somebody's pocket real quick. Just go ahead and stamp this form.
Yep.
So I don't have to get an engineer to look at it. And also
spend more money.
I got to spend more money, and it takes too long.
Yep.
So I'll bypass the engineer process. I'll bypass the inspection process, and then I just get the stamp, and then I can build, and then I can get my money going. And so people rush that process, and next thing you know, you got 80 people dying in one building.
Hey, that's the thing. But going back to the priest, I'm going to bring it back to the priest. The priest was mad that he weren't getting nothing out the deal.
Yep.
We've heard Malachi 3 1,000 times. What did Malachi 3 talking about? Bring ye the tithes to the storehouse, right? So that
my meet my house.
There can be meat in my house, right?
Mm-hmm.
But think about this. Who was the Lord talking to in Malachi 1, 2, and 3?
The leaders.
The Levites.
Yep.
He sent the Levites to bring the tithes to the storehouse.
Yep.
So what does that mean? Where was the tithes going to once they were given to the Levites?
Their house.
Their house. It wasn't even about the people. He's like, the storehouse shouldn't be going in your pocket. The tithes should be going up into the storehouse to be in a big pool to be dispersed to all the Levites who need.
Because we have that
And what we were doing the Levite priests were doing. We were taking all the resources and taking it for ourselves, and putting it in our pockets because we wanted our palms greased.
Yep.
That itch that was in the princes is now hitting the priest. What's that?
Wasn't that also motivated because the people were refusing to sacrifice what was appropriate so that the Levites could have their portion?
I'm going to say this. When I read in the scriptures, I always see the corruption starting from the top and working its way down. When the top was right, the people gave.
Right.
Every time I see it. When the top was clear, remember when we read in chapter 10, when all the heads said, forget this, bro. We're going to put our insignias down. We're going to follow these laws. Then all the people said, man, I don't got no insignia, but I'm going to ride with it too. It always started from the top. When the top was corrupt, the people got corrupt. When the top was right, the people got right. So I think the point is the leadership wanted their palms itched, and want their hands covered. Was that?
Because wasn't there? Because you said it earlier, right? There were certain Levite priests that were assigned to make sure the other Levites got their portion,
and they got compromised.
Okay, I see.
We're gonna read it down the line if we ever get to it. We can't get to it.
Look at me.
The point is so
I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes.
What are we saying? We're gonna go into it next week in Malachi. But listen, the tithes were supposed to go to the storehouse, not to the priest's pockets.
But you know what everybody want? They want compensation for their labor.
Because everybody wants to say, "I'm busting my tail. I have committed my whole life to this. What am I getting out the deal? I have done so much sacrificing. Yep. You know how much sacrificing I've done? Yep. It's time for me." That's the itch everybody wants scratched. Starting from the top. So, read verse 19.
Nehemiah chapter 6, verse 19. Also they reported his good deeds before me, and uttered my words to him. And Tobiah sent letters to put me in fear.
So listen, Tobiah was sending letters to who? To the princes. And the princes were taking the letters and reading them to Nehemiah to scare him.
What does that mean?
Listen, the princes weren't even checking Tobiah. They wasn't even scared to stop sitting back here. Stop with these threats, Tobiah. What are you doing? They're reading the threats to Nehemiah. This is what boss is saying. Boss is mad at you.
Is Israel home?
The guy that cuts our checks is mad at you. What you gonna do, boss? That's the thinking we had. That's what we got.
You about to mess up business.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. He's angry. I ain't never seen him this angry. He's normally a good guy. He normally treat me. He normally look after me and take care of me. I don't understand. I don't know what we're gonna do, boss. Because he coming with his military. They got swords. They have a lot of swords. They got big ones. They got cannons. I don't know what to do. That's the spirit that we're in.
That's the coons of Israel.
That's the spirit we're in.
That doesn't sound like house slaves.
I had a little step and fetching in my mind when I was thinking. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know, Captain.
Master boss.
Anyway, let's go back to 13. The Jews be master bossing all the time.
Nehemiah.
Yes, Nehemiah 13, sir.
You want verse 3? Or you want
I want verse 4, sir.
Nehemiah chapter 13. Verse 4. And before this, Eliashib the priest, having the oversight of the chamber of the house of our power,
he had the rule over the chamber and how to operate it. Read on.
Was allied unto Tobiah.
Bro, read on.
And he had prepared for him a great chamber, where aforetime they laid the meat offerings, the frankincense, and the vessels, and the tithes of the corn, the new wine, and the oil, which was commanded to be given to the Levites.
So there's that space was big enough to feed a lot of Levites. And he said, man, you can clear all that stuff out and give it for boss, master boss. Read on.
And the singers, and the porters, and the offerings of the priests.
That's a big space that he's allocating for Tobiah. Read on.
Verse 6. But in all this time was not I at Jerusalem.
He says, I wasn't in Jerusalem when this monkey stuff was happening. I was back serving Artaxerxes, doing my job. As soon as I leave, because what we'll read is for 2 years he was gone. In 2 years, everything goes left.
Wow.
All this good. The title of the class is How Long Does a Shepherd's Example Last? How long does it take for everything to fall apart? He just left 2 years ago, or roughly 2 years ago, and everybody goes against everything in 2 years?
Yeah.
What the hell's going on?
That sounds about right.
It lets you know how
Devious.
devious, but how, listen, the entire nation was predicated on if Nehemiah was going to babysit him until he died.
Oh my God.
And you better have another person come right behind him with police authority. Because why weren't they listening to Nehemiah? Because, listen, they were killing prophets. Yeah. Prophets were getting murdered.
In the temple?
In the temple. But the only reason Nehemiah had any type of power, they didn't like him. They liked Tobiah more. But like, this guy can kill us. He can sit back and say, I want him dead, so I gotta obey. That's the only thing that kept Israel locked in.
You know,
it's the power to kill.
And
I'm gonna say this. That's the only way to get Israel to unite. Everybody wants uniting Israel. Israel got to be united. The only way Israel will get united is one guy got to have the power to murder everybody. That's when Israel will lock in.
Yeah, I'm
not saying that it's going to happen or I want to do it. But if you're going to go in the scriptures, the only way to get Israel to lock in and unite under one banner, Israel will have to die if they don't lock in. That's the only way Israel locks in. If you don't have that threat of fear on Israel's head, they're going to be individuals. They're going to say, I disagree. I don't want to do it that way. And they'll leave. And that's the truth. Without that threat of death, Israel lock in. Yeah. Ezra had, what did Ezra have? The king's signet.
That means it's a problem.
So everybody was crying in front of Ezra, crying, we're going to do better, we're going to try. You think they would have been crying when Ezra was checking them if you didn't have the king's signet?
Well, it's devil's tears.
Those are devil's tears. Right? Those are Diablos and Diablo's tears out. And that's why they were locking into Nehemiah, because there was fear of death if you didn't lock into Nehemiah. That's why prophets didn't have that kind of power and they were getting murdered.
Right.
Christ was the savior of all mankind and they were trying to kill him every time they saw him. Because he didn't have the king's authority. Right or wrong?
Yeah.
That's the point.
They try to pit
this is how Israel rose. Paul, great man, was getting beat in the temple. He got beat in the temple. He got stoned to death in Iconium.
It's amazing, bro.
So, read verse 6 again.
Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 6. But in all this time...
Can I make one point? This is why it's so important to point these things out. If no one's critical, if our people aren't critical of our mistakes, we will keep repeating our mistakes. That's what I don't get. Israel looks at this, you're talking down about the Jews, you're talking down about black people, you're talking about Latinos, you always point out my flaws. But when you don't point them out, Israel does the same thing over and over and over, and they cry and they say, I don't know why we're in the presence.
You know what the biggest problem with Israel is that? When you get higher up in rank, Israel wants to play king. Israel wants to play king, wants to play God, wants to play this superior person. And when you read all throughout the scriptures, the greatest men were the greatest what? Servants. But Israel always wants to sit back here. Israel came from nothing. And as soon as they get some information, they get a little power, they go power crazy. Yep. They go power hungry. You can't tell them nothing. They abuse power, and you wonder why we keep losing power. That's the major problem with Israel. Everybody wants power. They can't be told nothing. And they get high off the power. Yep. That's Israel. Yep. So you got to keep reminding and showing them these concepts so we can stop trying to chase power and ego and acknowledgement and authority. Israel be taking tests just so that they don't get orders no more, have to be having to follow anybody no more. Israel be studying their ass off just so that this one guy they don't like can't boss them around no more.
Yeah, that's the real reason.
That's the real reason.
I'm studying that.
I don't want this guy to check me no more. I'm going to be the boss of him.
Yeah.
That's how we think. That's how we think on such a low level. And the higher up we get, all we're about is giving orders, giving commands, and having as many women as we can to serve us.
That's what it is.
To boost the ego.
You know I have this many situations.
It's all ego. It's all pride. Anyway, and that's the truth.
But you know what?
There ain't no lie, no statements.
You know what? It just shows I want to be elevated to have a higher degree to attain of what my lust and my passions are.
And also, I want all that because I have a really weak ego.
Yep.
I have a low self-esteem, and I need trinkets and items and carnal stuff to make me think I'm on a level. Read on.
Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 6. But in all this time was not I at Jerusalem, for in the 32nd year of Artaxerxes, king of Babylon, came I unto the king, and after certain days obtained I leave of the king.
So he says, reading, I'm so sorry, read verse 6 again. My apologies.
Verse 6. But in all this time was not I at Jerusalem, for in the 32nd year of Artaxerxes, king of Babylon, came I unto the king.
Stop. So he says, through Artaxerxes' 32nd year in power is when he came back to the king to serve him, right? But Artaxerxes' 32nd year of power, when you read, Nehemiah was in Jerusalem from the 20th year of Artaxerxes' reign and to the 32nd year of Artaxerxes' reign. Okay? When you read earlier, he left during his 20th year of reign. So really, Nehemiah was in Jerusalem for 12 years. Nehemiah was in Jerusalem for 12 years. Then he went out to meet Artaxerxes again to resume in his responsibility. So he was there from 444 BC in Jerusalem to 432 BC. From 444 to 432, he was in Jerusalem trying to keep the Jews in order. So for 12 years, he had an example of staying on top of things and doing the right thing. And as soon as he bounces, Eliashib goes back to business as usual and gives Tobiah the big house suite in the temple. After 12 years of putting things in order. And then within 2 years of him being gone, we forget 12 years of being developed. You know why? Because things are proper, they're calm.
Yeah.
You know, when things are at peace, then people start getting comfortable.
Yep.
There was 12 years of peace, and we forgot why we were put in a situation from the beginning of a near-death situation. We forgot that. 12 years of peace, now I can sit back here and the mice can play now. Because the cat's away.
We were living in a cataclysmic, almost post-apocalyptic condition. You got people snatching your children.
Yes.
Stealing
Snatching you
your
to be a
ribs.
slave.
Going to your house and taking what they want when they want, and they got a whole crew in front of your house.
We forgot that.
Pulling the old man out and killing him in front of his kids. On the consistent. And when it gets dark, you better not go to sleep. You better stay awake. You
Those
better sleep.
raiders were coming to get you.
You better stay up all night, and when the sun comes up at 8 o'clock or whatever time it comes up, then you gotta get some rest.
Because those same Arabian raiders were sitting back here. Remember, Nehemiah had to bring military, military escorts.
Yep.
Ezra was kind of sweating bullets about crossing those Arabian peninsulas because of all the thieves and the bandits.
And when you study
Jerusalem was wide open for those bandits to come in Jerusalem.
And when you study the Arabian culture, they didn't like. They said they didn't like to take pains in planting. They hated the pains of planting. They hated. It says in the Josephus book 16 through book 18. It says they hated the pains of planting. They couldn't stand it.
So I got to get mine.
Listen,
I'm gonna
man,
take yours.
We're finna go out here and fuck. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm tripping out. Flip and get it. We're finna go out there and get what we need. We're not planting fruits and vegetables all day.
Listen, the Arabians did that to the Jews during the time of the judges.
That's what I'm saying.
They were still, listen, remember when it was time to like gather the plants, harvesting season? They would come and the Jews would hide under the caves.
Yeah.
And hide because they were afraid about the raiders coming.
Yep.
And they were Arabian raiders.
Yep.
That's a true story.
Listen, they are about that desert life.
Because they got to survive. They're Bedouins.
They're
wearing all black and browns.
Face
going
covered
for
up.
it.
Face covered up.
Well,
you better be happy to sit here with quick.
Yeah.
Okay. The whole point is, we'll get over with that. They're raiders.
And we forgot that our cities were being pillaged consistently. That was what I was trying to bring it back to. We forgot that life. 12 years has been peaceful. Mm-hmm. Now I want to go back and do our nature. Go back to our nature when things are calm and quiet.
But we forget the Most High when things are good.
Of course,
we forget the
all
Father.
The time. Man.
We're unthankful. Listen, some of us were really on some life and death scenarios like just like a couple years
ago.
Well,
let me slow this down. When things are not extinction level event, when things are at peace, what's the first thought? What's missing in my life? Mm. Now, when I'm out of like survival mode, now when there's peace around me, now I get the time to meditate on what I don't have in my life.
There's something missing.
There's money. I don't have enough money. I don't have enough ribs.
I'm out of love.
I'm looking for love. Where is she? Is love? Over yonder.
I need that girl.
Then you started thinking about what you don't have in your life.
I'm sad.
Whereas before, it was life or death. The sky's falling. The Most High alleviated that. Then the mind starts going back into meditating on what's not complete, my sadness, what I don't have out the deal. And that's when the sin starts kicking in again. Everybody has more than me. The grass is green on the other side. That's when that mind starts going. When there is peace. 2 years, Nehemiah's gone. Now people are starting manifesting what they want. If we keep reading, we're going to see it wasn't just Eliashib. Eliashib is trying to do sweetheart deals, do some money plays with Tobiah. Think about it this way. I don't know if y'all saw sports like basketball. People were complaining that the original uniforms were being diluted when they start putting advertisements on it now.
Yeah, it's whack.
But the Lakers, all the pro teams got it now. Think about Jerusalem. They got advertising dollars now in the Jerusalem at the Temple lot. You got advertising dollars on the Temple lot.
Nike.
Yeah. Or not, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Or United Airlines, all the soccer teams, the whole damn jersey is a damn advertisement. What the hell's going on? What team am I watching?
Oh, you got Vote Sambalat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Billboards on
445 BC. You got to vote for this guy.
Yeah.
431 BC. Vote for Sambalat. That's what I'm saying, right? One more time. One more time. Yeah. Let's run it back. That's the advertising speech. This is what's happening at the temple. Anyway, let's continue, man.
Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 7. And I came to Jerusalem and understood of the evil that Eliashib did for Tobiah.
So real quick, with the end of verse 6, it says, after certain days obtained I leave of the king. It was approximately 2 years. He came back, got leave, came back to Jerusalem. Now read verse 7.
Okay. Verse 7. And I came to Jerusalem and understood of the evil that Eliashib did for Tobiah.
He says, I'm seeing what the hell Eliashib did for Tobiah. Read on.
And preparing him a chamber in the courts of the house of the Most High. And it grieved me sore.
Done.
Therefore I cast forth all the household stuff of Tobiah out of the chamber.
So listen, this is the only thing to keep.
It's a miracle.
Which one?
I want the other one, if I can get that.
Whoever wants it has take it, man. Just take it. We're trying to flow and teach the word of God. We're arguing over juices.
I want something. I deserve something.
I deserve the yellow. I deserve the one with ginger.
Yeah.
Because all this the dedication.
I would like to have the ginger.
Okay. Read that verse again.
What, verse 8?
Yes.
Verse 8. And it grieved me sore. Therefore, I cast forth all the household stuff of Tobiah out of the chamber.
So listen now, he sat back here and deboed all that. He just threw it outside. Right?
I love
He threw all the clothes out.
It was amazing.
He said back, man, I've been talking. Listen, the first time he was the talker, he was the peacemaker, he was the kind guy. Now he's coming and saying, man, forget this. I'm going to take all this stuff out of Tobiah's space. This is God's space.
Time for that.
He's going to say, I don't give a shit what this guy says. This guy's a thorn in Israel's side. I got to break this dude. This is what he's doing. He's throwing everything out of it. Wow, just throwing it out there. Tear it up. Tear it up. Tear it up.
We have the brother's house up. You just don't want to act right in the brother's house. We keep tripping the brother's house. Hey, bro, you got to go. I'm not going to leave for nothing. Listen, you're disturbing the peace of this house.
Yeah.
You must leave.
And we're going to sit back here, going here, and all your stuff is getting thrown out. If he wants his shit, we'll put it in a box, and he can come get it. Outside the damn temple. Outside the walls.
Yeah.
That's what he did. He threw it out, put it in a box, left it outside. You want it? Come get it.
Shalom.
This is phenomenal, though.
And don't pick it up on the Sabbath day.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, you can do what you want. It's gonna be outside the wall. I don't give a shit when you get it. You better get it before these Arabs come and get it, because they coming to get it. Ishmael was coming to get what you got.
I like it.
They like it. They like the robes.
This is a biblical eviction.
This is definitely this is an eviction. Let's continue.
Verse 9. Then I commanded, and they cleansed the chambers, and thither brought
You gotta burn some incense. You gotta burn some incense. You gotta bring incense, frankincense and myrrh, fabuloso, some bleach. You gotta get all of this. We gotta clean. We gotta disinfect this place out.
Yeah.
And get all the Ammonite cooties out of here. Out.
Yep.
We gotta get this stuff out of here. Out. Let's keep going. Out.
Hey,
You gotta get disinfected.
Can I ask this question?
Hell yeah.
Is that because they found? Is it because they found that scripture that said don't do Ammonites and Moabites, or is it because Nehemiah got back and he's like, listen, you gotta go?
Yes, Nehemiah coming back. Nothing's getting done without Nehemiah coming back.
It wasn't because they found the book and the book said this.
No, Nehemiah, they knew it, but Nehemiah came down and said, he got to do it all. He has to enforce everything. If he don't enforce it, nobody does it. Doesn't that sound familiar?
Yeah.
That is Jew life right there. Right?
And you got to get that cat that got the arm to do this. You know what I'm saying? That good luck cat.
Yeah.
The cat that
the little happy Buddha.
Yeah, the happy Buddha, and the cat that's always by the door with the swinging arm right there.
Yeah, the swinging arm cat.
Yeah, he's
and
always
the Buddha with his hand on his belly.
Yeah, we gotta throw them idols out, man. You know he got his idols in the temple.
Yes, he does.
In his office. That's his office.
And there's different weird incense in there.
Yeah, bro. You gotta get that stuff out of there, bro. All them beads on the wall and deities. You know he's gonna put his gods in his office in the temple.
Yep. Those weird pictures.
Yeah, weird pictures. Smell like seaweed and you know that like fish, like
nasty broccoli. Why does everything just smell like nasty rotten broccoli?
It's broccoli and fish kidneys. You know what I'm saying? There's always that weird fish smell in there.
What is going on in this place?
Like what they cooking, man? That can't be good.
I know. So this is what Nehemiah is having to do. Okay, so read verse 9 again.
Nehemiah 13:9. Then I commanded, and they cleansed the chamber. And thither brought I again the vessels of the house of the Most High, with the meat offering and the frankincense. And I perceived that the portions of the Levites had not been given them.
Now we're getting to this next phase.
Oh my babies.
On top of the priest, the high priest is doing deals with the nations. It's a trickle down effect. Eliashib is off. Now you look up and the Levites aren't being taken care of. Okay? Because what is it letting you know? Now it was that hierarchy type of situation. The high priests are the elites of the elites. In the priesthood realm, the high priests are the top dogs, and all the other Levites they can give two craps about. Read verse 10 again.
Verse 10. And I perceived that the portions of the Levites had not been given them.
It wasn't divvied up properly. The people at the top got more. Your regular singers and your porters, the porters didn't get nothing out. The porters and the servants, those Levites didn't get their portions.
Misallocation
of the resources. Exactly. It's always the same damn thing. Read on.
For the Levites and the singers that did the work were fled every one to his field.
It was so bad that the singers and the porters had to get the hell out of the city and go back and start farming again. Was that the people's fault? Or was it the high priests were taking more of the pot than they should have gotten in the first place? They were taking off the top more than they were supposed to take off the top, and it was that trickle down. Everybody else got to fend for themselves. This is what was happening. This is what happens all the time with Israel.
That's trickle down poverty.
Yeah, not economics. It's trickle down poverty. So read it again. This is sad, right?
Verse 10. And I perceived that the portions of the Levites had not been given them, for the Levites and the singers that did the work were fled, every one to his field.
They go to the post office, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Man.
The Levites, everybody had to get regular jobs, right?
Regular job.
Regular stiff jobs, right? This is what happens. I got to go back into farming again. You know, Levi didn't know nothing about no farming.
When do we plant this? You grew at the wrong time. Oh, I didn't know.
You ain't going. Listen, you make a mistake. You ain't eating.
You're wasting some energy.
But kind so let's keep going on.
Verse 11. Then contended I with the rulers and said, why is the house of the Most High forsaken? And I gathered them together and set them in their place.
So then what's happening is this. He's going at the rulers because the rulers, they were responsible for what?
The allocation.
Bringing the resource together and the allocation of it. So obviously there was some type of corruption. There were corruption scandals between the high priest and the rulers of the city. And when those corruption scandals are happening, the little man is the one that gets screwed. The regular employee gets screwed. But there was corruption with the priest and the rulers. Okay? Read that again, verse 11.
Verse 11. Then contended I with the rulers and said, why is the house of the Most High forsaken? And I gathered them together and set them in their place. Then brought all Judah the tithe of the corn and the new wine and the oil unto the treasuries.
So once again, what's happening? It's not necessarily that the people don't want to give. It doesn't necessarily say that. What he's saying is that, listen, whatever is happening, there is a multi-step process in order for the Levites to get fed. Somebody that is a Levite has to go to all the neighboring cities and remind and demand payment. And then once the resources are taken from the cities, then the resources got to get sent to the storehouse, which half the storehouse was taken by who? Tobiah. Don't forget, read verse 5.
Verse 5. And he had prepared for him a great chamber, where aforetime...
So this chamber in the past was what?
Where aforetime they laid the meat offerings, the frankincense and the vessels, and the tithes of the corn, the new wine and the oil.
All these sources, all the resources that came from the different cities came here. But now that place where all the resources were, where all the food for the Levites were, was replaced with Tobiah's crib. So the question is, where did these resources go once that space that was allocated for it was now replaced? Where did it go? Where did the storage go? Probably it was divvied somewhere that it wasn't supposed to be divvied up. So it isn't necessarily that the people didn't give. There's a lot of hands that got to go from the time of giving the offering away to getting to the storehouse. And this is why we got to go back into Malachi 3, because this is where Malachi 1, 2, and 3 really is kind of getting rooted at.
And in Esau's terminology, this is what you call shrink loss, or shrink on a business format. Shrink is when all the donuts be missing on the job that you're supposed to be for sale. Shrink is when the meat is short and you're supposed to have 7 cases of meat, but you only got 3 left. You know, shrink is when employees steal from the company, or shrink is when
especially in restaurants.
Yeah, product is damaged.
Like, how come all the chicken fried steak is gone?
Because it be in somebody's refrigerator.
Exactly. Or somebody eating it for lunch. I know I was guilty of that, man. I said, hey, man, dog, man, you got me, man. It's lunchtime. I got you, bro. He said I can make me a dope-ass sandwich. I chicken fried steak. It is delicious. And then the funny thing, you had to make sure the boss wasn't there because he's sitting back here. His bonuses are determined about how low that shrinkage is.
Yep.
What do you call shrink? What?
Shrink.
Yeah, well, how low the shrink is. So he got to sit back and walk around and make sure guys aren't cooking stuff they ain't supposed to cook.
Or stealing merchandise.
Yeah, making new sandwiches.
At the house.
Or they got, you got a lady right now, they call her the chicken queen. Because the football player from the Kansas City Chiefs, Jones, is trying to bail this lady. She's about 65 years old.
Yes.
And she stole over $1.5 million worth of chicken wings.
That's how you do it.
You know that? And she got like 10 years in prison. She's about 65 years or 68 years old. But she stole $1.5 million worth of chicken wings.
For what?
She was selling them on the side.
Yeah.
And what's his name? Jones, the
defensive lineman. Probably,
yeah, I forgot his first name.
It's still a crime, man. Come on.
It's still a crime.
That's crime, man.
He's still trying to bail her out.
That's not petty crime either. Right?
No, that's
1.5 million is a lot.
That's not petty crime.
That means you had an operation, man. You had a whole operation going on.
That was organized crime.
Yeah. That is organized crime, Mike. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to sound like a damn Republican. Come on, a million piece of chicken act.
$1 million worth of chicken.
You can sit back here and make a lot of money. You can pay house notes off that. You can pay your mortgage off of that.
Yeah.
Buy Range Rovers with that.
That's not even just trying to feed yourself. You know, because even the scriptures say, well, you know, a thief would steal. He's to. It's not looked at as a big crime. But he still got to pay it double if he's caught.
Yep.
But it's not even like you turned into a whole business on the side. You know, I got them wings.
Yeah, bro.
Come through for a plate.
Yep. It was so funny. She had enough money. She could have bought her own wings.
Oh, it's from the school. I'm sorry. It was from the elementary school.
Oh.
Yeah, she was the one responsible for ordering cases.
Oh, yes, brother.
Yeah, the water says for that.
I can't defend that one, bro. But keep going. Keep on just saying that.
No, it was a summer program. It was a summer program. I just thought about it. It's a summer program, and they couldn't find out where all the food was going.
The children are eating.
Yeah.
Brother. But this is the whole situation. So all I'm explaining is that logistically, there's a lot of steps that come from collecting the tithes and the offerings from all the adjoining cities to getting to the temple, and then from the temple, the allocation of it. So Nehemiah, what you're going to read, Nehemiah is especially capable of handling this, and he sets up a task force to make sure it gets done properly. But the corruption is constantly there, right? It's always corruption through every step of the way, and that corruption has consequences to the point that the Levites were like, I'm out of here. I got to go find another way to live.
Even for those that have been in the military, that operation in particular is called supply. In the military, you have a supply. That's a job in itself.
Yes.
In the military, supply.
Yes, it is.
That means you have access to weapons. You have not all the weapons, but some weapons, uniforms, ammunition. You got access to gear, military gear, weatherproof gear. And if you got somebody that you connected with in supply, you got the latest military apparel.
Yep.
Before it's even distributed to the rest of the soldiers.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? But if you run supply, then you could trade with people in the kitchen. Mm-hmm. You could trade with people in other arenas of the military. Yep. You could trade the supply warehouse, what comes in, because you know how to divvy up a portion of it and sell it on the side for your own personal benefits. The supply people in the military are the ones that kind of control the operations of who gets what. So if you're in good standings with somebody, you rub elbows with somebody, you get weatherproof gear before it ever released. Mm-hmm. You get all kind of little tents. You get tents.
Yep.
All that military equipment is at your disposal.
Yep. So the supply chain is corrupted, is messed up, and a lot of the priests got to go live their life and live square jobs out. Just like it was during the time of Hezekiah, when Hezekiah had to reinstill Levite confidence in being a Levite. Because the Levites were sitting back here, had to get their own regular jobs when Hezekiah's dad shut the doors.
You gotta make being Levite great again.
It was King Ahaz. He shut the doors of Judah. I mean, the Judite king shut the doors of the temple. There was no temple employment. This happened multiple times. So what happens is when there's these chinks in the armor, the priests don't want to sit back here and operate the right way, and it trickles down to the people. They lose faith, and they start sitting back here and operating in the high places because the system is broken, and people lose faith in the process. So now Hezekiah's coming down. He's vexed.
Nehemiah.
Yeah, I said Hezekiah. I'm sorry. Nehemiah is vexed. He's sitting back here seeing that the Levites aren't taken care of. Now he's got to sit back and reestablish supply chains. Read on.
From verse 12?
Yes, 12.
Nehemiah 13 and 12. Then brought all Judah the tithe of the corn and the new wine and the oil into the treasuries.
Brother, to the treasuries. Put the tithes into the storehouse
Yeah.
instead of it going to your house.
That literally maybe be meat in my house.
That's
Literally.
what I'm saying.
Literally.
This is literally where
Wow.
you got to input Malachi chapter 1, 2, and 3. Because it's going specifically on how the priests are eroding at this time. Okay? Read on.
Verse 13. And I made treasurers over the treasuries.
Think about this. I made treasurers over the treasuries. He had to set up a system where there's people on top of other people. People watching other people, making sure everybody has somebody watching over them to do their job.
You got lawyers watching lawyers.
You have to. That's what Jake talks about.
They don't go.
That's what Jake talks about. That you got to have a checks and balances system to make sure that the original treasurer, because you read about the treasurer in where was that verse you read about the treasury in the first place? You read about it literally just today. There were treasurers that were set up earlier to monitor the process of the food and the sustaining. It was, matter of fact, it was verse 44, chapter 12. At that time were appointed over the chambers for the treasurers and for the offerings and for the first fruits and tithes to be gathered into them out of the fields of the cities, the portions of the law for the priests and the Levites. That was a certain group. He had to say, like, put treasurers over those guys. That was already appointed. Why do you put a treasurer over this group? Because this group was what? It was corrupted.
Yep.
It wasn't about the people not giving. It was about those middlemen didn't allocate properly. All it took is that the middleman get a sweetheart deal to get better portions to one group than the other group.
It's called auditing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly what it is. But you got to have somebody over the other person to make sure the job gets done right. That's what oversight committees are in the Senate. That don't mean it actually works in the Senate because everybody's getting bribed in the Senate too. But at least installing a system of checks and balances to make sure everybody gets taken care of. Because there's too much corruption. You know what they're showing you? He got to go Esau political or Esau technical because there's no love.
Wow.
He got to go extra technical, and he got to use Persian tactics to neutralize the selfish Israelite mind. This is what's happening. Why would you have to sit back and implement all of these tactics that the nations use?
You can't use the honor system.
Because Israel don't have no love. What are you going to say? You don't want to say something?
Quick scripture. Ecclesiasticus 26, verse 29. Ecclesiasticus chapter 26, verse 29.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 26 and verse 29. A merchant shall hardly keep himself from doing wrong.
A merchant or a person that interacts with exchanges of monies and resources, a person who is an exchanger, shall do what?
Shall hardly keep himself from doing wrong.
Hardly keep himself, hardly maintain the discipline and the honor to not play games and be sneaky. This kind of person or this situation is a childish situation to be in over resources and faithful resources, because it says they will hardly, meaning rarely, keep himself from doing wrong. Read on.
And an huckster shall not be freed from sin.
What's a huckster?
A mean, trickish fellow.
A mean, trickish fellow. Mean means average. You have to be above average as a person in your honor and due to the Most High. And you have to be above average in your love for the scriptures and the love for your people. Because if you have an average mentality or average mindset, then you're going to sit here and put your hand in the pot too. You want something too. You have to be an exalted person spiritually to be competent and faithful over allocations of resources. Because it says this kind of person, an average-minded person, will not be freed from sin. And what is sin? Transgression of the law. What's transgression of the law? Making these deals, playing games to get something for you.
Yep.
That was that point.
Give me Ecclesiastes 42 verse 1.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 42 and verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
Of these things be not thou ashamed, and accept.
He said what?
Of these things be not thou ashamed.
It says when it comes to these things, you never be ashamed of these things. Read.
And accept no person to sin thereby.
They said, and it doesn't matter who it is to sin thereby. These are just things that you got to make sure that you not to be partial with, because I know this person, because this person's cool, because me and this person get along. He says, but you don't accept these things because these things are destructive narratives that destroy unity and destroy what people are building. What are they?
Verse 2. Of the law of the Most High.
They said when it comes to the law, don't be ashamed of enforcing the laws of the Most High. Never be ashamed of that. Read on.
And his covenant.
It says never be ashamed of telling people where they're wrong at, and that they're supposed to be obedient to the Most High's commandments. Read on.
And of judgment to justify the ungodly.
And don't be ashamed when it comes to justifying the ungodly or making excuses for ungodly people. Never have shame in that. Read on.
Of reckoning with thy partners.
Of making sure that you deal right with your what?
Or reckoning with thy partners and travelers.
And travelers, meaning dealing with people the right way. You got it. He said there's no shame in making sure that everybody gets dealt with the right way. Read on.
Or of the gift of the heritage of friends.
It says, or what belongs to the heritage of friends, making sure that people receive their inheritance. Make sure that they get their inheritance.
Wow.
Read on.
Of exactness.
Of what?
Of exactness.
It says, never be ashamed of what?
Of exactness.
And what is he talking about when he says exactness? What is he referring to?
Of balance and weights.
And so what he said, when it comes to being exact, when it comes to balance and weights, what is he referring to?
Or?
No, what is he referring to? He's referring to making sure distribution and that dollar for dollar or shekel for shekel, that people deal structurally sound with each other the right way.
Yep.
That there's no imbalance. That people are being fair.
Because the hustle with people is in how you deviate the balances and weights.
Right.
People would manipulate
The numbers.
the amount of goods you get based on rigging the weights and the balances.
Right.
So it will say 20, but it really is 30.
Yep.
Or it'll say 20, the way to say 20, but it's not really 20.
Yeah, the rock will say this is 20. This is worth E5.
Yep.
And that rock is a false weight. It's a false
but it's
weight.
less than an E5.
Yeah.
So they're really making money off of the exchange.
Off the exchange.
So the challenge is to fight to make sure that the weights were exact. So everybody got a fair deal. Both sides got a fair deal out.
He said these things you never be ashamed of correcting these things. People that use false balances, false weights, exactness, making sure that people are detailed when it comes to exchange, dealing with each other. Yes, sir.
You know, Esau even keeps those master weights, those other metric systems.
Yeah.
Keep those on a lock and key to
Yeah.
make sure that they always have the proper measuring system that no one can manipulate.
Nobody can manipulate that. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a true weight. Read on.
Of exactness of balance and weights, or of getting much or little.
Or somebody getting a more of an advantage over somebody else. There's always an unfair balance. People will always try to find the unfair or an unfair distribution that leans towards more them and less the other person.
Yep.
Especially when it comes to distribution. We're always trying to get more leaning towards us, a bigger piece of the pie than other people. Read on.
Verse 5. And of merchants in different selling.
It says, and of merchants doing what?
In different selling.
You know what? I'm cool with this person, so I'll sell to this person. But I don't really like that person. So although you need food, I'm not going to distribute to you. I won't sell to you. I'm going to
You don't do
sanction
me a deal.
I'm going to sanction you because I don't like you.
I'm gonna punish people based off my preferences.
Exactly. So,
Wow.
so this person, I'm cool with this person. So I have no problem doing business with this person.
Now we have partiality.
We think the same. So I'll distribute with this person. But I ain't doing no business with this person.
Yep.
So, but that indifference is based on my particular preference, not the needs of the people. If I have, or I can say you don't deserve more because I don't like how y'all operate.
Yep.
So I'm gonna give you a lesser share of what you deserve or what you're paying for. You could be cheated, but this person, I'm not gonna cheat this person.
Exactly.
He said all these things you should never be what? Ashamed. You should never be ashamed. That's it right there.
Can I pull a switch real quick?
Cut.
Jeremiah 5:27. This relates to last night's class. Going to the spirit of deceit. Deceit, by definition, is underhanded practice. Underhanded practice.
Jeremiah chapter 5, verse 27. As a cage is full of birds, so are their houses full of deceit.
Their houses are full of deceit. And there's trinkets and supplies and items in their storehouse, in their personal storages, because they've been practicing deceit. If you want to find the deceit, go to their house. Read.
So are their houses full of deceit. Therefore, they are become great and waxen rich.
There's a connection to being deceitful and waxing more wealthy and waxing more rich.
Yep.
By immoral design or by underhanded practice, by the element of deceit. The Most High hates this spirit. He hates the person that operates in a spirit of deceit. It always affects people around. It always makes the priesthood look like garbage. It always makes the nation look stupid. It always makes the poor suffer. It always makes people. It always creates division and discord amongst men. One more scripture. Let's go to Jeremiah 9:6.
Jeremiah chapter 9 and verse 6. Thine habitation is in the midst of deceit.
Now you're comfortable living with this cloud deception around you. This cloud, the underhanded practice and the moral designs, and this cloud of you winning by secret means. You're comfortable. You're content in that condition. Read.
Through deceit.
Through what?
Through deceit.
The men that practice this spirit, what do they tell the Most High? Read.
Through deceit, they refuse to know me.
It's not about faith anymore. It's about you getting what you want, and that's how you cancel the Most High. I'm not waiting for the Most High. Because idolatry is like, I'm going to this God to get what I need. But if folk will go straight to an idol, they practice deceit first. I'm going to be deceitful to get what I need. And then when that's not enough, I'm going to go to an idol to augment, or I'm going to intensify my pursuit of what I want. They refuse to know the Most High by what?
Deceit.
Read on.
Thine habitation is in the midst of deceit. Through deceit, they refuse to know me, saith the Most High.
And that's why Scripture is so relevant. Because you have to practice exactness. That way everybody's playing fair.
Yep.
You got to have a treasurer for a treasurer.
Man,
Stupid.
you have a lawyer for a lawyer.
And
right?
he said in Ecclesiastes 27:2, he tell you how when it comes to distribution of goods and services, he's showing you how the right people got to be in the right position.
Yes.
When it comes to distribution of goods and services. Read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 27 and verse 2.
Read that.
As a nail sticketh fast between the joinings of the stone.
It said, well, like you stick a nail, you hammer a nail into a stone. It takes a lot of pressure and a lot of work to get a nail to stick between two stones. He said, but just like once it's in there, it's locked in. It's fixed. It's hard to move a nail that's hammered in between two stones. Read that. Read on.
So doth sin.
It says, so the sin is stuck where?
So does sin stick close between buying and selling.
So just like a nail is stuck in between two stones, sin is stuck between what?
Buying and selling.
Why?
Because that urge is always there to hustle somebody.
The urge to get a larger portion than the other person is always there. We call it finessing. We call it hustling, scamming, scheming, plotting, gaming, running game,
hitting them in the head,
hitting them over the head,
Yeah, whopping them.
whopping them over the head. beating them. I beat them.
You gain trust, and the guy's gonna listen to whatever number you say. He's gonna believe it out.
Yeah.
And then do you sit back and say that a regular number, or do you up the ante a little bit?
He's
already sold.
That's what.
And the dude showed he had $100 in his pocket.
He showed it.
So what do? You sit back and say, yeah, it's only $10. The lowest price is $10. But you sit back here and be like, well, we can with the biggest bottle the bottle we go. You don't even say the biggest. The bottle we got is for $60.
Yeah.
Isn't that little? Why are you going that way?
Exactly.
Why can't you give him all the prices and let him choose and decide what he wants to do?
Because he already showed how much money he got, and you want all of it. And that's why when you go to a car lot,
the point.
Even when you go to a car lot, people don't want to go to car lot because that sin of you getting beat is always there. That idea that the salesman is trying to get a bigger cut of the check that the bank is going to cut. That's why the first thing they ask you is, let's run your credit.
Yeah.
Because then they know if they run your credit, then they dictate the course of the sale, and they determine how much your car going to be because they know exactly how much money the bank is going to give for this car.
Or when they start giving you the price of the car, it always starts at $550. So I'm not doing that deal. Okay, we can do it for $450.
Yeah.
Oh, we can do it for $3. Well, why did you start off with $350? Who wants to sit back here and pay some dumb rate?
Yeah.
The higher rate you get, the better profit they get from the bank.
Yep.
So if I hit you in the hand for a worse deal, I get profit off that. I win. On top of the fact, they give you a $3,000 to $4,000 buffer on each car. Is the salesman going to tell you that? No. They're going to sit back here and try to get that $4,000 profit until you tell them I'm about to walk out the door. Okay, this is what we'll do.
Guys have
We'll sit back here and take $1,000 off. No, that's not enough. Okay, let's take another $1,000 off. That's the best I can do. No, you're wrong. Okay, listen, I'll take another $5 off. That's the best I can do. You still kept $1,500 in your pocket. Yep. And they'll take the deal.
They'll take the deal.
So did you do them right? Did you do them right? No, you didn't. Why didn't you tell them what was the low least you can get to get the car? You're not giving that up.
You're not giving that up.
And that's the wickedness in buying and selling.
Yep, especially when you're dealing with commission-based sales, because somebody wants a larger commission, and they're gonna make sure that you get they don't care if you got a 7-year note that's out of this world. You could have bought 3 cars for the price of that one car after 7-year interest with the interest rate you got. They don't care about that. It's about them winning.
Did you see Wolf of Wall Street?
Yes.
And you saw how the guys were selling the salesman tactics out. They were acting professional. And they were sitting back here doing, I got you on the back end, but you can't hear that. Like, well, sir, this is going to be a great deal for you. And then they sitting back here and mocking this guy the other line. They clowning him. And he's a suck. He's a sucker. But that's what they're doing. Yeah, this is going to be a great deal. These bonds are great. This is a great decision. Bye-bye. Oh, we got this sucker. Yeah, hook, line, and sinker. That sells, right? That sells. Taking advantage of people, playing on their ignorance. That's the game. Anyway, you got it.
But that's what our people do. Yes, sir.
I was going to use an example of pawn shop.
Yeah.
You go in and they'll sit and say, well, what do you want for it? I need money.
I need $500 for this.
Yeah, they just want you to throw out a number so that they can give you less.
But they know what number, but if they tell you, you might lowball yourself.
Right.
So why would I give you a number? You might give me less a number. That's the point. That's exactly why they say it. Listen, maybe this guy don't know what he got.
Right.
So maybe he might say 100 when I could give him 2.
Yep.
But if you say 100, nah, I can't do that. I can maybe do 20, 30 more. Now you earned $130 off this deal. Extra. Because we were the suckers to take the deal. Because the negative is like you don't know how much it's worth. So now I got leverage. But Shamshwan was explaining in that Ecclesiasticus, transparency across the board is the right way to do things. Anyway.
I was only saying that based on Dalia's point about how that deceit is always there.
Huh?
Deception is especially when it comes to exchanges. The desire to deceive is always there. Mm-hmm. And so you got to have the right people in the right positions. Yep. That's not going to give in to the urge of unfair distribution of what you're dealing with of the merchandise or the product, or in this case, the needs of the priest being shut down because certain people are keeping certain animals, livestock within their own houses.
Kinda, and this is what was happening now. What we're gonna do? Go to 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 6 through 8. And like I said, next week we'll go into this even more. But let's start with this.
1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 6.
You ready? I'm ready.
Verse 6. 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 6. That no man go beyond and defraud his brother in any matter, because that the Most High is the avenger of all such.
Listen, you think you're getting away with taking advantage of somebody and hustling somebody and defrauding somebody? It's the Most High avenges that defrauder.
He
Right?
likes that. He likes to get that person.
He's gonna get it. He gonna get. If you think you hustling somebody, the Most High is the bigger hustler. Right?
Yeah.
He gonna avenge all the poor and the innocent, and the ignorant. You gonna get destroyed for your actions. Read on.
The Lord is the avenger of all such, as we also have forewarned you and testified.
Mm-hmm.
For the Most High hath not called us unto uncleanness, but unto holiness. He therefore that despiseth.
So, listen, he that despiseth, meaning if you hate your brother enough to defraud him, you really hate the Most High.
Exactly.
If you despise him enough to take advantage of your brother, you really hate the Most High. You really despise the Heavenly Father. That's what the real interpretation of what this verse means.
Yeah.
Read verse 8 again.
Verse 8. He therefore that despiseth not man, but the Most High, who hath also given us unto his Holy Spirit.
If you hate your brother enough to defraud him, you really hate the Most High enough to defraud the Most High. Read verse 9.
Verse 9. But as touching brotherly love, ye need not that I write unto you.
But we do. We shouldn't have to be reminded about loving your brother, but we don't. We do need the reminders constantly. Read on.
For ye yourselves are taught of the Most High to love one another.
And the problem is we just don't. We shouldn't have to be reminded, but we have to be reminded because we don't have enough love in our heart to actually follow the law. Listen, and this is why we read earlier about how the law was weak in the flesh. Because the law, obviously because of the flawed man, wasn't clear enough to really attack the hatred we had in ourselves. We sat back here in Nehemiah chapter 10 and promised to the Most High we were going to take care of the Levites, didn't we? We read that literally in Nehemiah 10.
Yeah, we did say that.
We were going to take care of Levites, take care of Levites, take care of Levites. And look, 12 years later, we stopped taking care of Levites.
Wasn't too long, right?
Well, matter of fact, 2 years after Nehemiah left, the schemes were kicking in to take advantage and defraud one another. Within 2 years, we were defrauding one another again. And more than likely, it was listen, let's go back to Nehemiah. I want to point something out. Read verse 13 again.
Okay. Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 13. And I made treasurers over the treasuries, Shelemiah the priest, and Zadok the scribe, and of the Levites, Pedadiah.
Stop. Think about how this was set up. The corruption was from the treasury position. The middleman was the one doing the corruption. So now, what did he do? He had to make treasurers of the treasuries. So he said, okay, I got to get a priest to be in this committee of treasurers. Then I need a scribe to be in this committee of treasurers. Then I need a regular Levite.
Wow.
In this treasury department to make sure each group gets taken care of.
So a treasurer?
The treasury department had a priest, a scribe, and a regular Levite. Why? Because you needed somebody from each level to advocate for their group. Because in this initial treasury group, obviously all the needs of the regular guys of the Levites weren't being taken care of. So he had to create a subcommittee to make sure every branch and division of the Levites was considered. Because it wasn't going to get considered if you didn't have an advocate from each department fighting for them. fighting for their people. Yes, sir.
So we're only righteous under oversight.
Thank you. Over somebody forcing you to be on top, do right things. We're only give a damn when people force us to give a damn. That is the nature of mankind. So I gotta have a person that fights for the Levites, somebody that fights for the scribes, somebody who fights for the regular Levites, the porters, the singers, the common guy, gotta be fought for too. If not, the Levites are going to break up and disband and get broken up in cliques, which is what was happening. And the top end guys were taken care of, and the bottom feeders, the regular Levites, were getting screwed over. You know, the porters weren't eating, their families weren't taken care of, the damn singers weren't taken care of because of the corruption of it. So, you know, the crazy thing is, Nehemiah don't know who was the puppet master doing the corruption. He can't control. He don't know that. Nobody's saying nothing. Hey, nobody's really coming clean as to who's the mastermind between just the high priest and the elites eating and the regular folks having to go get regular sweat jobs.
It meant to nothing.
But you got to put two and two together and say, okay, none of y'all dudes want to admit nothing. I got to create a system that forces a particular group of people to do things the right way. Because he can't put his finger on who the culprit is. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Read on. Read verse 13 again. It's messed up,
Nehemiah 13:13. And I made treasurers over the treasury.
Yeah, I think like Edomites to get around Jake,
You got to become the IRS,
Kinda. Yeah, you got to run like feds to keep Jake right.
Internal Revenue Service.
Kinda.
We won't like
Because if not, this money is not getting allocated right. These resources, this food, ain't going where it's supposed to be. Think about it in Africa. You know, those Edomites be sitting back here and they were sending aid to these warlord countries in Africa. The funny thing is they're dropping off all these loads of food, and guess what was happening? The warlords were taking the food and bringing it back to the palace, starving out the people. The food wasn't going to the poor.
But it didn't matter because long as the nations got access to those gold mines or silver mines,
They didn't care.
or whatever mineral mines, they didn't care what was happening.
And there wasn't no middleman in place to make sure those resources were allocated properly. And they would use all those resources to control the people and the different tribes in those cities. That's how. And you would sit back here. The ones you feed were the ones who sit back and serve you. The ones who were trying to be honorable, you starve them out until they concede to your warlord policies. This is the hustle. But this is our hustle too.
Yep.
And now if we keep looking at why the Most High had to take us out of power.
Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 13.
There's a reason he had to break us. We couldn't handle power.
Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 13. Woe unto him that buildeth his house by unrighteousness.
The Most High said, destruction unto him that does what?
Who buildeth his house by unrighteousness.
Yeah, so you can build your house, and if you build it the wrong way, and you scamming people to build your house, he said, you're going to be destroyed. Destruction is coming. Read on.
And his chambers by wrong.
It said, and you deck out your chambers, you deck out your facility. You make sure that you have an imbalance of resources coming your way, and you deck your chambers out. Read on.
That useth his neighbor's service.
And how do you get up? How do you get on top? How do you increase in wages over everybody else?
That useth his neighbor's service.
How do you have a more unfair advantage or access to these resources, or the accumulation of these resources coming your way?
That useth his neighbor's service.
So you got other people doing the work, bringing it in. You're not distributing to them their service for what they deserve. The way that you get profit is you got to scam somebody else. You got to scam somebody else to get a profit. And in doing that, that means the employer or the workers got to get less so that I can have more. Somebody got to come down so I can come up. Read on.
That useth his neighbor's service without wages, and giveth him not for his work.
And so,
that was at Jehoiakim with the candy paint. And
yeah,
stuff,
the
right?
vermilion, the vermilion in the house,
The
right?
vermilion wood. Yeah.
And the cedar, right? But he decked his house out. But how did he deck his house out? Some people had to get robbed on their resources and what they deserved. That's how he was able to have that was during the time of an actual
regime change with the Egyptians took out his brother and kept him in jail and gave him the position, and he just sat back here instead of fortifying the city and getting everybody spiritually ready. He built a house.
And that was during the time of a recession and a drought. At the worst case time, he was living the best. But the Most High is watching this. The Most High is overseeing this, how things that are done that are wrong, he's watching the imbalance. The Most High, you don't get away with it, ultimately. That's the whole point.
I
20, Jeremiah 22 and 13.
Yep. So let's read.
one scripture.
Okay.
Micah 6 and 8. It's a good class to have, huh? It shows we're not the heroes, bro.
I think all of our classes are not heroes. I don't remember a class that it shows
We
that
did it!
I don't remember it.
Micah chapter 6, verse 8.
Mm-hmm.
He hath showed thee, O man, what is good.
The Most High has showed us what's good at. If we're looking for good, you will find good. Because he's shown us good. Read.
And what doth the Most High require of thee?
And the Most High is fair enough to show you, hey, this ain't no mystery. I didn't make your job a mystery. I didn't give you no mystery job.
Yep.
I didn't give you a job that you couldn't do. That was too hard for you. You know how to count. Read.
But to do justly.
But only to do what?
Justly.
To do justly. Being fair with people. Read.
And to love mercy.
And to love what?
Mercy.
That means we didn't love mercy. We didn't have no mercy for our brother. You starving another man's family out? He's got to eat that? You going to look him in the eye and give him debt?
Yep. Yes.
That's a very merciless, vicious person. That's a vicious, merciless person playing behind the smile. There's a lot of vicious people that don't project themselves to be vicious.
And you know what the problem is? And a lot of Israelites operate in the spirit of classism.
Yeah.
Which goes back to classism. You think the high priests were starving? High priests weren't starving.
I'm good.
You think the scribes were starving?
We're good.
No. The people who were sitting back here cleaning up the blood and guts were starving.
Doing the work?
The porters were starving. The people who had to sit back and always get water for those basins. The grinders, they were the ones who were hungry.
Yep.
It's classism again. It always goes back to that.
Well, it's racism. No, it's classism.
It's always been
when
classism.
you get what you want, and when the black man wins, we fight the cops with our hands out, and we take over the country using fist boxing.
Guess what's going to be classism again?
It's going to be, because we always have this, we always bring it up about the dude in the east side that wanted to have Mars Hill out. He wanted to take over the world out. And he wanted to be in power. And as soon as he in power, he said, when we get in power, we're going to sell drugs. And that drug money is going to go. This is a plan. We're going to sell drugs. We're going to fund our regime with dope money. I was like, whoa, bro.
Well, it was that, and it was also using the people, the regular people, to sit back and start these wars.
Yeah.
So they got to die and get thrown in jail just so you can get on top?
Who's going to do all this fighting? They are. Why not you? Someone
said somebody got to do the thinking.
Somebody has to do the thinking. Somebody has to survive. It's all about you. We on?
That's how we think.
But to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy power.
Key point is to walk humbly. Be content with what the Most High has given us. Can we be content with our condition situation, but we're not sitting here vexing our brothers?
It goes back to there's peace times. Can I be okay with the life the Most High gave me? Or how come I'm not happy with what the Most High has given me? That's the start of everything, every fall. Me not being content with what the Lord has given me. And it starts to fall apart. Listen, the beginning major lesson the Most High gave us from the jump started off saying the same thing. Israel wasn't content with what the Most High gave us. And that was the downfall of Israel, that hardened heart. I just can't see the good in my life. So when I can't find the good in my life, then I have to start plotting and scheming ways for me to come up. And like Shamshin wanted to mention in one of the stories, in order for one person to come up, somebody else has to fall down. Because the way the Most High sets life up is, if everybody's going to come up, everybody has to keep losing. But for one or two people to come up, everybody else has to diminish in their living. That's the only condition that life is. When we all come up and it's really snail slow, that's how the process is. What am I saying? So let's continue. So read verse 13 from the top again.
Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 13. And I made treasurers over the treasuries, Shelemiah the priest,
So the priest had a voice. Read on.
and Zadok the scribe,
The scribes had a voice to make sure that the scribes' families were taken care of. Read on.
and of the Levites, Pedaliah.
And Pedaiah was responsible for the singers, the porters, everybody else who had jobs that weren't taken care of. The little man, quote unquote, was represented. Read on.
And next to them was Hanan, the son of Zakur, the son of Mattaniah,
Mm-hmm.
for they were counted faithful, and their office was to distribute unto their brethren.
Their office was to distribute to their group. So what was happening is everybody had a group they represented, and a certain amount of resources went to each group. So there was no hustles, there was no games. Everybody saw what everybody saw. Everybody got the same thing, so they went back home, and everybody distributed from there. That's the only way to keep dishonest people from being dishonest. And what Nehemiah is showing is, we can sit back here and do some damn Salem witch trials and go through all these details about who did what, who did this, and who did this. Or let's just create a better system. A lot of times we're arguing with brothers about what brothers don't do and why brothers weren't in order and they didn't do this. We can sit back and argue and yell and drop push-ups, or just come back and create a better system to eliminate the confusion.
Yep.
And that's what Nehemiah is doing. Okay, there is corruption, but how can I eliminate the corruption that I know is around me? What it lets you know is Nehemiah knew there was snakes all around him, and nobody really loved him, and everybody really couldn't stand his presence because he was getting in the way of the hustle.
He was like
Nehemiah was ruining the hustle. Nehemiah's presence was ruining everybody's money, was ruining the hustle, ruining everybody's little angles and plays. Was that?
it was
Like Christ. Like Christ.
and the Pharisees.
And listen, Christ and the Pharisees.
Nehemiah's
Christ was messing up the game.
Yep.
Nehemiah's messing up the hustle. And that's why the prophets were messing up the hustle. That's why they got killed. Is that?
John 15, 22.
What does it say?
No more cloak for your sin.
Yeah, let's do it. Why not?
John 15, 22. If I had not come
Yep.
and spoken unto them, they had not had sin. But now they have no cloak for their sin.
Can't hide it. You can't hide and act like you're spiritual when you're a dirtbag. And Christ's presence just opened up everybody, exposed everybody's negative. You know with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what it is. And this is what Nehemiah is doing. So they're fake locking in, they're fake supporting. And they know this guy is sitting back and just busting everybody's a bubble.
And he got that stamp. He got
that power stamp.
He want to press that
So he
button.
can shake people. Like, listen, well, what are you gonna say? This guy's taking this man's clothes out. He's taking Tobiah's gear out. Taking his little cat paw, moving out here like this. He's throwing all that stuff on the thing. Everybody, they're quiet. They're like, what I'm gonna do? Put hands on him and get killed myself? Everybody got to fake act like they support him. But their actions are showing they're not supporting him at all.
He could press the button because in ancient times, when
you're going to keep reading how he pressed the button with everybody. He's going to start going nuclear with these dudes.
Oh wow!
In his chapter, he's tired of the damn crap.
Listen, I've read about when kings when they implemented law. We've read it before that if a person does not follow this law, let all his property be brought into the treasury.
He said that also.
Oh wow!
That was what he was saying. If y'all don't like it, I can confiscate. That was what Ezra could do.
I'll steal it all. I'll steal bigger more than you.
That's my point.
In righteousness.
So this is what he's doing, and he's bringing in people that he trusts, that he believes will keep this standard while he's gone. Let's go to verse 14.
Nehemiah 13, 14. Remember me, O my power, concerning this, and wipe not out my good deeds that I've done for the house of my power.
He's like, Father, don't take away the example I tried to give these people out. Don't just throw it away. I'm trying to get Israel right. And these dudes are breaking it as soon as I leave. Like, don't wipe away these good deeds.
Took a long time to get that wall up.
The wall up and a proper system going.
Yep.
And in 2 years, they just throw everything away. Like, Father, don't do this. Please.
Don't allow
You know why? There's a verse. I want to go to Ecclesiasticus 34,
Yep.
verse 23, 25, and 26.
34 verse 23.
Hold on. Ecclesiasticus chapter 34, verse 23, and then 25 to 26.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 34, verse 23.
This is what he's praying, man, right here.
When one buildeth and another pulleth down, what profit have they then but labor?
He's like, man, what the hell are we doing? Only benefit that we've that this whole time is we've all been sweating. We just been sweating.
Not including the ones that died to get the wall built that was kidnapped by the robbers, the kidnappers. There was a lot of lives that was jeopardized and lost in the building of that project.
For nothing, when you do good and a couple years later, it gets switched up. Somebody goes and reverses and everything goes backwards again.
Yep.
You're like, this is the worst thing ever. All this work and sacrifice and dedication for Israel to give it back to the nations. Give the nations power in the city. What the hell are we doing this for? Read it again from the top.
Verse 23. When one buildeth and another pulleth down, what profit have they then but labor?
That's the point. We just worked for nothing. I know how the hell that feels. You sit back and build something up just for it to get destroyed and torn down. What good was 15 years of this work? Just to work and sweat? A lot of times it feels that way. And this is what Nehemiah is praying, that everything he sacrificed wasn't for naught. He gave up money, resources, time, peace of mind. He could have been chilling with the king, making his bread. He's like, what good was going in the hood and trying to fix the hood up when they tear it up right after you fix it? Read verse 25.
Verse 25. He that washeth himself after the touching of a dead body, if he touch it again, what availeth his washing?
What good is sitting back here and purging the city, cleansing the city, for to get dirty 2 years later? What the hell was the 12 years of purging for? 12 years of committing for 2 years to be thrown away in 2 years? That's how it feels. And the sad thing, that is the fear that every leader has. Solomon talked about it.
Moses talked about it.
The vanity of life. I said I can build all this up for my son, who I know don't got it. He's gonna come take it over and screw it up. You don't think Solomon knew Rehoboam didn't have it? He knew Rehoboam didn't have it. That's what he's writing in the damn Ecclesiastes. It's all vanity. What good is building this temple and all the work and detail that went into this for my son to come and crap on it within the 40 years I'm done off of this earth, running this thing?
Sleepless nights, hours of studying,
dedication and reading and praying and plans and doing deals with other countries.
Decade by decade, aging in the work.
What good is it for my son to sit back, one pinky finger?
Blow it.
Yeah, I'm going to sit back here. All of y'all better serve me. You're like, everything was thrown away after one generation. What good was all the work then?
It's like grandma's house.
That is just like grandma's house.
That's like
grandma and her parents and their people. They built this house on the east side and put all their TLC, and they can't stay on top of it. And the son and daughter screwed up.
For Escalade.
Yeah. And the money gets broken up 4 ways. They lose the house because they can't pay taxes.
Can't pay taxes, man.
What good was all the dedication and sacrifice for? That process messes everybody up. But it's the same thing in the truth. You come in, you build the work, you build the program, and if you leave, the next man comes and destroys it. What was it all for then? This is a fear we got coming up. Who gonna be after us that takes care of it? That takes care of it like it's theirs? Or is the next generation gonna screw it off because it don't matter to them? Like it was done before our time.
Because our people like to cash out.
Yeah.
We like to cash out and just, say, I got a better plan. I got a better play. So just let me divvy it up, sell it, get rid of it, and we cash out and do my thing.
Brother, I know how brothers who put San Antonio together feel that way. They built it up for it to tear down. What's the good of doing it if it was going to get torn down soon after he leaves? This is the fear everybody faces. Read verse 25 again.
It's like you can't get over that.
The only benefit was that we sweated. We sweat for God. That's the benefit. Because there's nothing else left to show the work.
You know what's so crazy? And
like you said, now you got to take all the herbs in the world out. Take all the health.
You got to
tonics.
take herbs. You got to eat salads. Take herbs. You got to have a master plan. You cannot get old.
Yeah, that's the fear.
I'm serious,
that's the fear. Because if you get old, is it going to be maintained at the level that you maintain it at?
I can't even get the mentality of getting old. And so that's what I always brings up. Ain't no retirement. That's why I bring that mentality out all the time. It's like, listen, we can't even play with the idea of retirement.
Because one, you're going to be out of here if you play with that. And two,
but I mean, at the same time, as an older man, you would think there's some a little.
Hell no.
You can't breathe,
The brothers want to sit back here and bring their special sauce, which really ain't special sauce. It's nasty special sauce.
I should do this.
It rottens the meat.
I have an idea.
Kind of. And it rottens the meat with your little special wax sauce. Just stick to the script.
Yep.
Point is, that's the fear of every man. This is Nehemiah's fear. There's 12 years of my life.
After 2 years.
Well, no, 12 years of my life is throwing the dumps after 2 years going back to Artaxerxes. What the hell did I do all this for?
You know how scary it is to you're doing your job, Artaxerxes. You're like, man, I did it. You're asleep. You feel like, man, I did something. Man. He's right here in little reports. Like,
he's here. What's going on with your people, Artaxerxes?
You get a little word here and there.
And you're embarrassed to say that this is the Jews, bro. Let me go back and can I clean it up, sir? All right, go back to your people.
It just shows you that we don't stay committed for a long period of time, man.
Brother, because it's not their work. They don't care.
Even if it is our work.
It wasn't Elisha Sheep's people. He didn't give a damn. He didn't put the work in. It wasn't his idea.
I lose for it.
You didn't have to lose for it. Anyway, bro, read verse 14 again. In Nehemiah.
Oh, Nehemiah. Gotcha.
Oh, no. 25. I'm sorry. Yes, you're right.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 34, verse 25. He that washeth himself after the touching of a dead body, if he touch it again, what availeth his washing?
Read on.
So is it with the man that fasteth for his sins, and goeth again, and doeth the same.
What good is being disciplined, sacrificing, denying yourself, and then going right back and sitting and getting weak again? What was the good for all the dedication if you're going to go back and get weak and feed your flesh again? You might as well just keep feeding your flesh. What purpose is eating all these salads if you're going to be a French fry and hamburger eater within 2 months of the salads you eat?
Yeah.
You're wasting your time. This is what he's saying. Now he's like, man, what good is my life's work going to last? The sad answer is no, it doesn't. His work didn't last. It fell apart within 2 generations. We're going to read it. But let's continue. Let that go back to Nehemiah 13 and 14.
Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 14.
Bad times make strong men. Strong men make good times. Good times make weak men.
Yeah.
Weak men make bad times.
Kind of.
2 generations.
Let's continue.
Nehemiah 13 and 14. Remember me, O my power, concerning this, and wipe not out my good deeds.
So once again, he's constantly praying. Nehemiah's constantly going to the Most High. What do we do with this? Is crap. These people just don't give a damn, and the problems are from the top. How can you fix it if the people at the top aren't doing things right? It's a lot easier when you're sitting back in with the regular people and fixing them. But if the problem's at the top, they're destined to keep making the same mistakes.
And create the spirit of division.
And you create that hopelessness and sadness because the head ain't never fixing it. He ain't never changing. So everybody on there got to deal with this residual suckiness out.
Yep.
Verse 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 21.
2 Peter chapter 2, verse 21. For it had been better to them not to have known the way of righteousness.
The scriptures say that it had been better that for them not to have known the way of righteousness. Why have knowledge of doing things the right way and implementing the right type of standard that works, doing something that works? Read on.
For it had been better for them not to have known the way of righteousness than, after they have known it, to turn from the holy commandment delivered unto them.
Why go backwards? But that's the nature of our people. We start off on a good route, on a good pace, or in a good direction, and it won't be long before we go right back to doing things that fails, that doesn't work, that's useless, that's futile. Read on.
But it has happened unto them according to the true proverb.
And this is what the Bible says that is true about our people. What is true about our people? Read on.
The dog is turned to his own vomit again.
We eat something or we do something that we see is no good, like a dog will eat something that chokes them, or they throw it up and makes them sick. And if you watch a dog, the dog will turn right back to the vomit, the pile in the grass on the street, and he'll go back and eat that vomit right back up.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
And the soul,
a soul is a pig. Read on.
That was washed to her wallowing.
And when you wash a pig off, you didn't put all this labor in washing the pig off. And as soon as you wash that pig off, that pig is going to splash right back into a mud hole as soon as they get a chance. So why do all this washing and cleaning? Why do all this labor to wash this pig, and this pig just going to go jump back? What he's saying is people go back to their nature. Because that's the nature is us to do things, find the way that feels good to us. Or find a way that works for us, that we want, that we like, that pertains to our personal preference. Read on.
And the soul that was washed to her wallowing in the mire.
Mire is mud. So he's showing you that's the nature of our people. You lay down a good foundation, you elevate and create a standard, and then our people go right back to whatever it is that they want to do. They don't maintain the standard for nothing. We don't maintain the right example for anything. We're so quick to just dislodge and disregard what we've seen that actually works, because we still want to go back and do what we want to do, because that's more important to us than actually the standard, or that's more important to us than actually the example. It's a shame, but the scriptures understand the nature of our people. It's sickening.
So it's almost like we look at the right works and the responsibility as almost like a burden.
Yeah.
We look at it like, okay, I'm gonna carry this burden because this guy's watching me.
Yeah.
So they get up. Oh, this was a burden the whole time. I didn't see the value. I didn't see the value in the restrictions and the lessons and the wisdom and the responsibility.
And a lot of times the poverty.
That too.
Because when you're doing something right, that means you don't necessarily get rich and you don't come up. The people benefit. That's how you know it's right. Because the people are benefiting. But it's the like Award said earlier, the what about me spirit come in.
Yep.
What about me and what I've been doing? And how come I can't get compensated for the things that I've done? And what about me? Because I put in a lot of work. Yep. And when you let that mind frame come in, then you start being imbalanced on how you do things. Your dealings start getting corrupted. Yep. You start becoming ill towards your people, because you're concerned about your personal portion. I need to get my portion. Where's my blessing at? My purse. And that's our people. And you look at how Esau, we'd rather that's why the Most High asks Israel homeborn slave. We'd rather be fed by Esau than actually do what it takes to conduct our own society. We'd rather get handouts from Esau. It's a shame.
Yep. And this is why Nehemiah is going back to prayer, asking for understanding and asking for the Most High's mercy. Because if he's not physically there, the word ain't being executed. Read on. Read verse 15.
Nehemiah 13 and 15. In those days saw I in Judah some treading wine presses on the Sabbath.
Listen, they're gonna make this wine. We're gonna step on these grapes. We're gonna make this money.
That is not in the law.
Thou shalt.
I am doing my will.
Press.
I want this alcohol today. I'm gonna get this alcohol out. I'm gonna get this moonshine out. So I'm gonna step on these grapes and get this drink out. Read on.
So you try to tell them, hey, brother, you know what today is? Hey, mind your business.
Oh, yeah.
Mind your business, man. I don't want to hear it.
Crazy, guy.
I don't want to hear what today it is.
Oh, I don't know what day it is.
I don't want to know what day it is.
La 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 la
Yeah.
la 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 la.
Yeah.
I already know what you're going to say.
Yeah, exactly. Read on that.
And bringing in sheaves.
Can't do
Bringing
nothing.
in sheaves. I'm sitting back here loading grain.
Yeah.
I'm loading grain. I'm loading grain. I'm stepping on this wine. Read on.
I'm behind. See, I'm behind, man. I'm backed up, man. I got a whole lot to do, man.
It goes.
This is my day.
It goes back to everybody got to get theirs, and nobody is considering the Most High
You gotta
at
get
all.
yours.
Remember last week we talked about the Sabbath. Why was the Most High harping on the Sabbath? Why? We went into it. The Most High was forcing. What you got that one?
It was to establish that mindset that the Most High comes first, not just on one day, but it's
No. He stopped the law because he was like, y'all got to at least think about me for one day. That was the basic. What does it mean? Israel wasn't thinking about the Most High at all.
Right.
So he was like, I want you to stop what you're doing and think about me for at least one day. And we weren't thinking about the Most High for 1 hour, let alone one day.
And
At least at these days, we're thinking about the Most High every day. We're having classes constantly. It's a different situation. We weren't thinking about the Most High at all. We were just doing us. And so now he's like, we're back to not thinking about the Most High at all. Every day is a hustle. Every day is a grind. Every day is about a personal pursuit.
be coming up.
And this is where he was hitting us on this Sabbath thing. We weren't at all giving ourselves. It wasn't like we were saying, okay, I'm going to tread these presses on Saturday. I'm going to make it right on Sunday. Well, none of that happened. There was no the Most High at all going on. There was no thinking, mentioning the Most High on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and love. None of it was happening now. No thinking of the Most High.
Yeah, if you press it on the Sabbath, that means you got to bottle it on the next day.
Exactly.
What I'm gonna do with all this fat, all this wine,
Exactly.
wine fat, got to get bottled.
Yep.
You got to bottle it, cork it.
And that's what they're going into.
This is about business.
He says they're bringing in sheaves and lading asses, meaning they're prepping the animals, the donkeys, with the corn, and not with the grain and the wine. Read on.
Why they loading them up?
To get to, you know why they put it in the trucks for it to be shipped out to sell.
That means they still distributing.
They're still distributing 24/7.
And the funny part is, you know it's ill spirit because everybody's living in proximity.
Yep.
And you know what day it is, and you can see it. You look across the street and Bill's like they're like,
He's making his money, but it's also saying, man, he got one more day of sales up on me. I got to go sell too.
he one up me.
And he's making money though. Listen, he's getting paid. He's smiling. Money is being exchanged, and he's doing.
Hey,
Hey, you know how we do it though. We just pass the brother a bottle so he don't say nothing.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, here I got one for you, brother. Just keep that between me and you.
Or if we're both competitors trying to sell the same product, and he's out there hustling on Saturday, what you gonna do? You have a real decision to make.
No.
I got to make my bread too.
You gonna do a garage
But the
sale.
problem is nobody reads the Bible. Nobody is taking time at all to give the Most High anything on any day.
What about my debts though, man? I got debts, man.
I get it. So this is what's happening. They're lading the asses with wine, grapes. Read on.
As also wine, grapes, and figs, and all manner of burdens, which they brought into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. And I testified against them in the day wherein they sold victuals.
Meaning what they're saying is you got Judah from all these farms loading their victuals, bringing their horses and animals into the city to make their profit. They get them from the farms, and they open up flea markets.
It was not doing good on the Sabbath. It wasn't about that. It's about you on the Sabbath. That's the difference.
Yes.
They weren't doing good for the poor and the
They weren't doing good for their people.
They
on the
weren't bringing
Sabbath.
in all these sheaves are for the poor.
It had nothing to do with that. It had nothing to do with helping out your people on the Sabbath. This is about doing you and being an individual on the Sabbath, and that's what the Most High kept
That's the
singing.
sin.
It was that on the fact that they weren't giving the Most High nothing any day of the week.
Yeah.
He wasn't getting anything.
It's godlessness.
Let's keep going.
Verse 16. There dwelt men of Tyre also therein.
So now you got the nations kicking in. So you got Judah was sitting back here bringing their product, obviously Benjamin too. Then you got the men of Tyre and Zidon, which are your Zidonians, or your Zidonians. Read on.
which brought fish.
They bring that fish, and the fish man's coming in because Tyre's coming from the coast. So they did their fishing, and they bringing their fish market people up to Jerusalem, selling their fish on the Sabbath. Read on.
And all manner of ware.
And all other little items, just the other trinkets they're selling to along with the fish. Read on.
And sold on the Sabbath unto the children of Judah and in Jerusalem.
Kinda.
Then I contended with the nobles of Judah.
So listen, he didn't sit back here and check the regular farmer brother of Judah that's bringing the goods into the city through the gates. He didn't check them first. Neither did he check these Tyrians, Zidonians who were bringing their fish into the city. Who did he go to first?
Then I contended with the nobles
He
of
went
Judah.
to the nobles. He went to the leaders. Why in the hell are you allowing it? It starts from the top. You can sit back here and flex on the younger men all damn day long. The problem starts at the top. Nobles, why are you doing it? You know why? Because they're working for the nobles. The nobles are getting something out of it. They get a benefit. Read on.
And said unto them, What evil thing is this that ye do, and profane the Sabbath day? Did not your fathers thus, and did not our power bring all this evil upon us, and upon the city? Yet ye bring more wrath upon Israel by profaning the Sabbath.
He said, you're bringing curses to us because you're allowing this to happen. And it's going to give clarity in this next verse. Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 19 through 17.
There must be some good fish out.
But you know it's messed up. When we're doing something wrong, it's always it's better because it's wrong. It's the wrong day. It's because it's wickedness. It tastes better.
Yeah.
You feel better. Everything is more enjoyable because it's more naughtiness behind it. Why couldn't you just eat the fish? Why couldn't you get the fish the next day?
Huh?
Anyway, Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 19 through 27.
Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 19. Thus saith the Most High unto me, Go and stand in the gate of the children of the people, whereby the kings of Judah come in.
He said, go to the gates where the kings and the nobles go through. The elites' gates. Read on.
And by the which they go out, and in all the gates of Jerusalem, and say unto them, Hear ye the word of the Most High, ye kings of Judah, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem that enter in by these gates. Thus saith the Most High, Take heed to yourselves, and bear no burden on the Sabbath day, nor bring it in by the gates of Jerusalem. Neither carry forth the burden out of your houses on the Sabbath day. Neither do ye any work, but hallow ye the Sabbath day, as I commanded your fathers. But they obeyed not, neither inclined their ear, but made their necks stiff, that they may not hear nor receive instruction.
Jeremiah is checking them because they were doing the same thing back then that they were doing in the time of Nehemiah, not listening, doing what they want. Read on.
And it shall come to pass, if ye diligently hearken unto me, saith the Most High, to bring in no burden through the gates of this city on the Sabbath day, but hallow the Sabbath day to do no work therein. Then shall there enter into the gates of this city kings and princes sitting upon the throne of David, riding in chariots and on horses, they and their princes, the men of Judah, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And this city shall remain forever.
He's like, listen, if you just honor the Sabbath, there'll always be kings in Judah riding on horseback, and we'll be a glorious nation. Read on.
Verse 26. And they shall come from the cities of Judah, and from the places about Jerusalem, and from the land of Benjamin, and from the plain, and from the mountains, and from the south, bringing burnt offerings and sacrifices, and meat offerings and incense, and bringing sacrifices of praise unto the house of the Most High. But if ye will not hearken unto me to hallow the Sabbath day, and not to bear a burden, even entering in at the gates of Jerusalem on the Sabbath day, then will I kindle a fire in the gates thereof, and it shall devour the palaces of Jerusalem, and it shall not be quenched.
And that's what happened. He said, if you don't listen, I'm gonna burn up this entire city. That it won't be quenched. He's like, but this has been an issue from the beginning. We're always looking for an angle. I don't have it written on the verse, but there was a verse that talked about during the high holy day, all the elites could focus on is when am I going to have another opportunity to sell my product?
You said it last week.
It was last week.
Actually, it was 2 weeks ago that you brought it up.
Mm-hmm.
But you reiterated it last week about how even on the Sabbath day we couldn't stop thinking about our farms and getting rid of that corn.
That bad corn. It was that bad.
Yeah.
It was that bad corn. I think it was Amos chapter 8. Not even going to it now, but it all ties in continuously. Because it wasn't just the regular people. The princes were sitting back here and selling their merchandise and allowing products and goods to be sold out. It starts from the top.
They didn't want to let it go to waste.
That's the point. They were still about selling and marketing and doing their thing, and he always goes back to the princes. Why am I going to hit this regular farmer? If the princes said this isn't allowed, the farmers would sit back and adjust. But if the policies aren't fixed from the top, everybody else is going to suffer.
But in our minds, we got to get this product off. We got all this overstock,
Kinda.
and that's money sitting on the shelf. So I got to turn this grain, even though it's old. I got to get that off the shelf and get this overstock off and make some money, get some profit on this.
Bro,
it's that spirit. I gotta know the numbers. I gotta know the money. I gotta make. It's like they're being incessant.
Yeah.
They're being incessant about the gains of money. Incessant about you can't just wait. Why don't you just wait?
One day.
You can't wait one day. No, but you're incessant because what you want is more important than the spiritual peace of our nation.
God. Read Matthew real quick, 11, verse 16 and 17.
Matthew chapter 11, verse 16. But whereunto shall I liken this generation? It is like unto children sitting in the markets and calling unto their fellows, and saying, We have piped unto you, and ye have not danced. We have mourned unto you, and ye have not lamented.
He's like, prophets and teachers have been repeating these messages for years. And you're just not responding to the message. You're not responding to the teaching. You're not responding to the fire and the correction. We were piping, you're not dancing. We're teaching, you're not listening. We're doing all these things and you're not locking in. What is it going to take, Israel, to just change? And don't forget, we just talked about it 12 years ago that we were going to sit back and take on these curses if we didn't follow the law.
We held ourselves to those curses.
And we're breaking it immediately after the head shepherd is gone.
They're 2 years out.
2 years out. Hold this, or let this go and go to Jeremiah 8 and 5.
Jeremiah chapter 8, verse 5. Why then, go ahead.
Yeah.
Why then is this people of Jerusalem slitten back by a perpetual backsliding?
We're not just backsliding. We're perpetually backsliding. And it's the truth. We're constantly like moonwalking all the time. Even though as you sit back here, you set something up right within one generation, we're going back again. We fight to get back right, we fall back again. We fight to get right, we fall back, and it's constant. We can't just consistently sustain anything spiritually.
Let me get a verse on that. Haggai chapter 1, verse 2.
As we're looking for, read that verse. Finish it.
Jeremiah chapter, excuse me.
We're going to get there. I just want to finish it up as we're looking. I'll read it. It says, they hold fast deceit. They refuse to return. We perpetually fall backwards. We hold fast the negative and the deceit and the lies. So keep going. What was your first assumption? I'll type it in.
Haggai chapter 1, verse 2.
Haggai chapter 1, verse 2. Thus speaketh the Most High of Hosts, saying, This people say, the time is not come. This time that the Lord's house should be built.
Because you know what we do? While we keep going back and forth like a roller coaster, is because even when the Most High got prophets establishing the time that you become selfless, so that the Most High's business can be put first, we always say, no, that's not the most important thing for me right now. I got things that are more important than what the Most High got going on. I got things that I need to establish, that I need to do in my life.
It showed how disconnected we are. Because, listen, imagine the Most High saying, I need you to commit 5 days a week to serve the Most High. Imagine how we'd roll.
Yeah.
We couldn't get the Most High one day, let alone 5. Let alone 6 days a week. Let alone a total commitment to the camp. We couldn't handle that back then. That's the truth. We couldn't handle one day of just thinking about the Most High and going to the temple.
So if the Most High would have made a 5-day Sabbath, we would have went crazy.
We would have went damn crazy. Because the idea of committing yourself to the Most High for the rest of your life was just mind-blowing. It was unconscionable to give our life to the Most High every day. You get that point?
That's why I had to have one tribe out of 12. You guys are going to be the example to live like this every day, so at least you can inspire the other 11 tribes to give more.
That's why the law is the least you can do. You sit back here and look at what Paul was doing and the disciples were doing. They gave their entire life to teaching this word. They gave their life to give their mind on the Lord. All the Most High was doing for everybody else, you need to sit back here on the Sabbath and stop doing you. He's letting you know we were still so behind. We were supposed to give our whole life and our whole mind, body, and spirit to thinking about the Most High in Christ. That's what we're supposed to do. Anyway, keep going with your points. I'm sorry.
Read on.
Haggai chapter 1, verse 3. Then came the word of the Lord by Haggai the prophet, saying.
So when we get that mentality that what I got going on is more important than what the Most High got going on, the Most High sends a message, and by way of a messenger. Read on.
Verse 4. Is it time for you, O ye, to dwell in your sealed houses?
That just represents him saying, is it time for you to be about you? Because that's how we always backslide. Because we backslide from the Most High when we start thinking about ourselves. And when we put ourselves as priority. Read on.
To dwell in your sealed houses, and this house lie waste.
And the Most High house lie waste. Because that's what we neglect when we think about ourselves. We neglect the Most High's business. Read on.
Now therefore, thus saith the Lord of hosts, consider your ways.
He wants you to think about it. But the Most High does things to jog your memory, to get you to start rationalizing what's important. What does he do? Read on.
Verse 6. Ye have sown much, and bring in little.
So one thing the Most High does to get you to consider is he keeps making you come up short.
Yeah.
That's how the Most High gets you to think about, hey, maybe you need to put the Most High first. Because when you do try to put yourself first, you still keep falling short.
Yep.
That's how the Most High get us to rethink our actions. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. You know how you're doing something wrong? Because you'll say, well, I can't go to class because I got to get this overtime because, I got to make sure this is taken care of. Or I can't study. I don't got time for this. I got to go to work. Or I got to do this, this, and this. So I got to put the Most High on the back burner. So everything that you try to do, the Most High said, because you try to overshoot his business with your business, the Most High make your business suffers. And he starts making your endeavors fall short. And that the Most High does that so you can reconsider what you're doing. Read on.
Ye have sown much, and bring in little. Ye eat, but ye have not enough.
Yeah, you eat, but your money still be coming up what? Short. Your food is still short. You don't got a lot of choices when it comes to food. It's like the food is the same thing every day. It used to be chicken again. Now it's like beans and rice. I know I be eating beans and rice. You know what I'm saying? It'd be like whatever you can put together on scraps. Put them scraps together. Read on.
Ye drink, but ye are not filled with drink.
Go ahead.
Ye clothe you, but there is none warm.
You're not comfortable. The Most High makes sure that your life isn't comfortable. Why does the Most High make sure your life isn't comfortable? Because he wants you to rethink the fact that you're putting him second. Yeah. And something has to happen to get you to rethink what you're doing. Read on.
And he that earneth wages to put it into a bag with holes.
And that money goes in one hand and put it in your pocket, and you realize, damn, I didn't know I had a hole in my pocket. I just got paid, and I'm already broke. In but 2 days. 2 days, you're right back broke again, and you got to figure out how I'm going to make it for 28 more days.
It's going to be a long month.
It's going to be a long month. Then I got to hit the pawn shops. Then I got to hit the title loans. Then I got to hit bar. I got to go around borrowing, asking people, hey, man, do you think you'll spot me for lunch, spot me for this, spot me for gas, spot me for this? What is the Most High doing? He's shaking your life up, or the car keep breaking down. It's like, damn, why does the car keep breaking down? I just fixed it. Now, how I thought I had some money. There ain't no food in the refrigerator. I just put food in here. What is the Most High doing? He's trying to get you to do what? Read on.
Verse 8, thus saith the Lord of hosts, consider your ways.
Why does the Most High say this 2 times?
It's important.
Because it's important. He's trying to drive a point. He's telling us, hey, when this starts to happen, when you start coming up short, it's because I'm coming up short in your list of priorities. You're not maintaining a commitment to me. You're starting to go to committing to your own self and what you got going on. This is why everything you do keeps coming up short. This is why the Most High told Nehemiah, or we just read it in Jeremiah, he said, when you do this in the temple, he said, I'm going to just burn the temple down. Yeah. When you keep violating the Sabbath, I'm just going to burn it down then. But before the Most High gets to the point of just burning it all down, he starts making little things be inconvenient in your life. Until you come back and understand, man, I got to put the Most High first. The Most High is priority in my life. Until you realize that, then you're going to get these mystery situations.
Oh, yeah. Mystery.
These mystery, like, man, I just fixed this problem and it's broke again. Man, I just paid my bill. Now I got a late fee. Why does this keep getting worse and worse and worse? Because we're not realizing, hey, the Most High wants you to understand that you got to put him as priority. And these little things start happening. These unsuspecting things start coming through that are not, they're not like coincidences. These are not coincidences. These are for a wake-up call to get you to shake you up a little bit so you can see, man, why am I keep coming up short? I just got paid. Broke. Never broke again, right? Now you be broke again. Read on. Finish that.
Consider your ways. Verse 8, go up to the mountain and bring wood and build the house, and I will take pleasure in it.
He said, so the Most High said, when you go to work for him, he said, and build a house, meaning you put his house first, the Most High said, I'll take pleasure in it. Go ahead.
And I will be glorified, saith the Most High.
And the Most High get his glory. And that's when then the Most High takes pleasure in your work, and then the Most High bless you when you glorify him. But this is why our people keep going up and down. There's always this constant roller coaster. Yep. Success, down in the hole. Failure. I'm up, now, man, I'm broke. Man, everything was working smooth. Now, man, I can't get a break nowhere.
I'm gonna have bad luck.
I must got bad luck. We don't understand where this is coming from. It comes from the fact that our commitment goes up and down, and because the commitment goes up and down, our livelihood goes up and down, and there's no comfort.
Listen, what we're gonna do? We're gonna finish this next verse and then shut it down for next week. Because there's no way we're gonna get this thing finished, and we're already 4 hours deep. So we're going to keep doing. Let's read verse 19, and after that, we're going to shut it down for next week. And we're going to blend this in with Malachi 3, 1, 2, and 3. So let's read that.
Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 19. And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark before the Sabbath.
He says, as it began to be dark, it was about to get dark before the Sabbath. This verse kind of lets you know when the Sabbath starts. Read it again from the top.
Verse 19. Mm-hmm. And it came
for all the knowledge guys who want to know about when the Sabbath starts, now we know. Read that verse.
And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark.
It was it was getting dark. You know, before it's fully dark, it starts to get dark. Read on.
Before the Sabbath.
Before the Sabbath. The Sabbath starts at sundown. Officially, he did what?
I commanded that the gates should be shut.
So that's what he's on to break these taking dudes and these selfish cats. I'm locking the gates at Sabbath, so there ain't gonna be no night selling, night hustling. Ain't no
niggas love that though. That's like,
ain't no night markets out.
Ain't no
the night markets is shut out.
Yeah, ain't no sun hit nobody.
Ain't no night market, ain't no day markets. I'm shutting the whole city down on the Sabbath to break hard-headed Israel out.
No 24/7, huh?
Yeah.
Exactly, out.
We also 24/7 over here.
Come on, bro. It just gives you a picture of how things are out. No night selling. Read on.
I commanded that the gates should be shut, and charged that they should not be opened till after the Sabbath. And some of my servants set I at the gates, that there should no burden be brought in on the Sabbath day.
But what you got to do to break Israel, you got to implement laws. But you can't implement laws unless you have the power. You get the power, and you can get Israel to stay in order. The only way to get Israel in order is to have the power. You got to have a king seal. If you don't have a king seal, you think them princes would have let him shut down the gates? Not at all. He had to have. You got to be Stalin for God. That's the only way you get Israel in order, right?
Wow.
You got to have the power of Stalin, but be righteous. Then Israel will obey.
Oh,
You better be.
He shut the gates. I gotta go all the way back home. Who shut the gates?
The next week they ain't bringing. They finish this stuff next week.
You trying to stop my money?
Yes. And what are you gonna do? But I got the power to make the decisions. That's the only thing keeping Jake.
You a hater.
You a hater, man. but they'll whisper it. Because if they talk it, they might get their life taken. They're gonna walk around and turn their carts and get pissed off. Oh man, Nehemiah hating things. I ain't hating on the side.
You're like, man, this fish is fresh.
Yep.
I got fresh fish right here on the table.
And this cat sitting back here messing our money up.
I got 2 days left on this fish.
And it's only good for 2 days. And by the time I bring it back to Tyree, I can't sell it no more.
Yeah.
But they're muttering that. He said they talk too loud, they might lose their property.
Say so.
Exactly. But once again, you have to have the power to enforce the policies to make a change. If you don't have the power, you can't make these moves.
The inmates will run the prison.
Yeah.
That's the
But
problem.
that's the problem. If you don't have the wisdom, Scripture says wisdom is better than weapons of war.
Yeah.
If you don't have the spiritual wisdom, which is the virtues of Christ and the equity of the Most High, and look at things in the right perspective and the righteous heart, then you pursue that power before the wisdom. You end up sitting here losing everything anyway.
God.
Most High stings that nature of controlling and doubting and trying to have some type of order and control that controlling nature.
God,
You have to have the wisdom of the Father first. Israel wants to do everything through power, the ethics of power, but then they forget the scriptures and the wisdom of the Most High. Israel has to be not one side; they have to be multidimensional.
But that's
We
not
can't be
happening.
one
It's
side.
not happening.
I'm about the power. I'm about being boss. I'm an enforcer.
This is why.
Oh, you're an enforcer.
This is why Israel is never going to come together until Christ comes back. Because all these facts have to be perfect to get people to be in line.
It's very
It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Like you said, for that power, for those that have power without wisdom, that's a tyrant.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's the definition of a tyrant, man.
But then it's this perfect gumbo of things being right out, the perfect leader, righteous example with the power and authority given. That's not happening, It's not happening. And that's why we got to get thrown in slavery
every so many generations
and brought to the Americans.
You'll get it, but it's just ever so often.
Well, or this is what our people do.
Yeah.
When if they don't like how things are going, either I'm gonna jump camps, I'm gonna go to another camp.
That's my point.
Or
they have the power to do so.
Or they're gonna say, I'm just gonna start my own camp.
That's the point.
And that's how you get these fractures amongst Israel, because people don't want to agree to one thing.
And because there's nobody forcing them to.
Yeah.
The only way to get people to lock in, you got to be Stalin. And that's not what the Most High wants, because the kingship didn't work either. Because out of every one good leader that's totalitarian, there's 50 bad ones. So that didn't work. That process doesn't work. The only process that works is Christ coming back in his chariots,
Because no spirit
putting things in order.
and starving people with no rain.
That's my
Oh,
point.
it ain't rained for like a year. I
But
might
it's-
as well be in
But
order.
it's the king's fault. All I'm saying, the only solution is Christ coming back.
Still is.
There is not enough succession of Israelite leaders that will be on point to keep things going. Because you'll have one good guy and 3 bad guys. One good guy, 7 bad guys.
Ain't that many Davids out there?
That's,
Ain't
or
that many Nehemiahs.
Josiah's and Hezekiah's. There's only 3 of them.
All with the
and
same
most of them were like this. They're like in the middle. They were thumbs in the middle.
Or they started good and then they went
That's
bad.
why I said
Yeah.
at the end of it, when you get a total grade, mid. Now 9.5 was all this high. You see, I look at all the 9.5s, they were all of them failed. And Judy was like, It was all thumbs down and thumbs in the middle, and 3 thumbs up. I was like, bro, this king stuff don't work. But the only way to get Israel to lock in is to have a king. Or have Christ. That's really Christ.
Yeah, babysit the Jews.
Is the answer, right? And he's ruling by force too. If you don't lock into him, that's the lesson. Right? There's more here, but we'll finish it up next week, bro. All right?
How long does a shepherd example
Last.
last?
The answer is, how many licks does it take to get to the bottom of the Tootsie Roll, right?
Yeah.
The world may never know. A 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. 4. Like, what is it? Was it 4 or 5? I forgot how many. It was 3? It was 3. Okay. Yeah, because he bit it. There you go. So how many years did it take for the example to start folding apart? 2, a 1, a 2, and I was sitting back here and they're making wine on the Sabbath.
Back
2
to
years.
slavery.
Till you go. This wall will burn. Again.
What is this happening?
I don't know. But you did make a vow for the curses to happen if you do this again.
They took my
They
fish.
made a vow in chapter 10 to take care of the Levites.
Sabbath, brother, sit down.
They made a vow to honor the Sabbath, did they not?
Yep.
They made the vow. We're going to read this. Listen, I'm going to let it go.
I was going, man.
Well, you know,
We get the point, though, right?
the definition of commitment is the act of pledging. So when you do make a pledge or a vow, you're saying, I'm going to commit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Listen, Nehemiah 10 in verse 31, it says, and if the people of the land bring ware or any victuals on the Sabbath day to sell, that we would not buy it on the Sabbath or on the holy day, and that we would leave the 7th year and the exaction of every day. We promised that if we did it, we'd get cursed. And then 2 years after the brother leaves, we're sitting back here doing it again. 2 years. We made the promises. This is why it's so crazy. For everything we promised, we reneged. We promised to take care of the Levites. We reneged. We promised how to deal with these nations. We reneged. We promised out of the Sabbath. We reneged. After talking like we was going to do it just a few years back. And it was 12 years of locking into the law. So it ain't like we just did it and we forgot. We did it for 12 years. Then we deviated within 2. It's maddening how messed up we are. With that, we're going to shut it down and send these prayers up. Bless the Jew. Listen, bless the Jew. We need Christ. How about that? This is why Christ had to come back out, because the Levites weren't working. The princes didn't work. The kings didn't work. None of it worked. The law wasn't working. It wasn't working. None of this stuff was working, because we weren't keeping it. Okay, with that, y'all, let's send our prayers up. Amajim, Wapanya, Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Woo! Man, oh man. Watch out. Watch your steps. Watch your steps, guys. We'll make sure we don't get that.
Watch the camera, guys.
Watch your camera, guys. Okay. Watch this. Okay. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah and the righteous angels to watch over. Bless. Heal. Protect. And make strong. The people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us. Much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh shall come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Nothing in
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Nothing in
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Nothing in
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Nothing in Shimon. Zayed. Ramashak. Yashrala.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Has made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the works of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushai.
By Hashem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar, Hama'awa, Latuad, Hana, Ma, Tawad, Wama, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gom, Yachad, Kashaman, Hatuad, Ayah, Harash, Yerad, Ayah, Hazaquad, Aharad, Shayarad, Ayah, Payah, Marawath Yuwa, Kator, Karamwan, Shayarad, Ayah, Haroya, Tazayawad, Kaya, Shom, Tazawab, Yahweh, Habaraka, Chayayim, Hawalam, Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai. Walking out. Ba'ashwari. Wabiat. Sapari. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai. Walking out. Ba'ashwari. Wabiat. Support. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai. Walking out. Ba'ashwari. Wabiat. Support. Yo, Ba'ashem Yahushai, walking out, Ba'ashwari, Wabiat, support. Barakatah Yahweh, Barakatah Yahushai, Barakatah Yahushai, all knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all patience, all long suffering, all love, all patience, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh. Ba'ashem Yahushai, the water, the Yah, Amen. Love.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Now, when I was shot, Ukra Sharala, Min Israel, Martin. Rob.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Barakatah.
Kumyashala.
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 Kumyashala. Saluting out the daughters of Zion, Min Israel, Martin. Rob.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua.
Yahshua top. Dismissed. Well,
Josiah,
to
real quick.
y'all. Tune in. See y'all on Monday.